Good morning, Mr. Gaunt. Could we do a quick sound check, sir? Can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Perfect. Yes, thank you, sir. We are live streaming, so please be aware and keep your microphone muted until we start. Mr. Clemmer, sir, can you hear us?
I can hear you fine. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you, sir.
Good morning. My name is Fred Farias, and I'm the chair of the coordinating board. It is now 9:01 a.m., and I would like to call the July 28th quarterly board meeting to order. Please be aware that this meeting is being broadcast via the internet today, and those present in the boardroom may be visible to the public. Before we begin, I would like to take this opportunity to welcome those joining us via video and ask that they observe the following etiquette. Please state your name before you speak, mute your microphone when you're not speaking, and keep background noise to a minimum, please. Members, when I call your name, please announce present. I'm present, Fred Farias. Vice Chair, Donna Williams.
Present.
Javed Anwar. Richard Clemmer via Zoom. I think you were on mute, Richard. I do see you.
I'm sorry.
Gaunt.
Present.
Okay, thank you. Robert Gaunt.
Present.
Thank you. Emma Schwartz. Present. Sam Torn. Present. Welcome Wilson. Present. Daniel Wong. Present. Georgia Blackwell.
Present.
Members, Mr. Anwar is unable to attend today. Any objection to excusing his absence for this meeting? Hearing none, please record that his absence is excused. Please record in the minutes that we have a quorum. This is our last meeting in this building as an agency, as we are relocating to the George H.W. Bush building located at 1801 Congress in the Capitol complex. Agency staff will begin phased move-in of the new facility in September of 19th. As announced at our last board meeting, the annual Texas Higher Education Leadership Conference will be held at the AT&T Hotel and Conference Center in Austin on the dates of December 7th and 8th. Save the date email will be distributed and the registration will open soon, so we encourage everyone to please attend. It'll be a great event. That's where we hear the commissioner's end of the year and future plans, state of higher education. So that's always a big draw. So we look forward to that. This year, the agenda will, again, be the training that fulfills the statutory requirements for university and college board members and trustees. And as I mentioned, the 2022 State of Higher Education by Commissioner Keller, and a showcase of Star Award winners. Star Award winners are highlights of great projects around the state, and that's always a highlight as well. Additional details and updates are available on the coordinating board website. The first item on today's agenda is the introduction of our new student member. We want to welcome Georgia. Georgia Blackwell of Venus, Texas, was appointed to the Board of Texas Higher Education by Governor Greg Abbott in June of 2022. She will serve as the board student representative through May 31st of 2023. Georgia is currently a second-year dental student in the inaugural class of the Woody L. Hunt School of Dental Medicine at Texas Tech Health Science Center in El Paso. She graduated from Oklahoma State University in 2021 with a Bachelor of Science in Agriculture, majoring in biochemistry and molecular biology with a minor in business. Georgia has received multiple accolades throughout her academic career, including the Ferguson College of Agriculture Dean's Award of Excellence, the Alpha Omicron Pi Collegiate Women of Leadership Award, the OSU Honors College degree. Currently, Georgia serves as the Texas Tech University Health Science Center Student Government Association President, Academy of General Dentistry Treasurer, the Academy of the Student Dental Fundraising Chair, and she's also a member of the Dental Outreach Committee. So that's great. She already has great leadership ability, so I know she'll be a great addition to our board. Georgia, welcome to the coordinating board. Would you like to say a few words?
Just wanted to say thank you so much for this opportunity. I'm really excited to be the voice of all students of higher education and to make a difference in Texas. Thank you guys so much.
Well, thank you and welcome again. Next on our agenda is the commissioner's remarks. The commissioner will provide his remarks on some of the agenda items today and that we'll be discussing, and be able to give us a preview of today's highlights of the meetings. Commissioner.
Yeah, so thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning to all the board members. Good morning to our audience who joined our quarterly meeting for our last meeting here at this location before we move to our new offices. And so we look forward to hosting the board and our visitors in our new location at our next meeting. So first, I want to say when I became commissioner in fall 2019, and some of y'all were on the search committee that hired me, and I appreciate the opportunity. So I was grateful to recruit and retain some of the best talent in our state to join our senior leadership team, and I promised everyone that it would not be boring, and I want to say that I've delivered in that in spades, because we couldn't have possibly anticipated the kinds of challenges, opportunities that we would be facing, and of course, recruiting top talent means recruiting folks who are going to have other opportunities beyond their role at the coordinating board. So I wanted to acknowledge Ray Martinez, who served as our Deputy Commissioner for Academic Affairs and Workforce Education since February 2020. So he got about a month on the job before the pandemic hit, and he's announced that he's going to be joining the Texas Association of Community Colleges as their next president and CEO. So Ray is going to be perfect for this role. We're very proud of him. We'll know that he's going to bring immense value to the organization. So Ray led a dramatic expansion of the responsibilities of the Academic Affairs and Workforce Education Division to better address the needs of our agency and the state. That included an expansion of our charge at the agency to include more work on college and career advising, and the transfer of Texas OnCourse into the agency, and also was instrumental in spearheading work on transfer policy. The board will get an update later this morning. That's going to be so important for streamlining pathways from community colleges into our universities. And of course, Ray's also led a broad portfolio of our GEAR-funded initiatives to better support our students and expand the capacity of our colleges and universities, especially to deliver short-term credentials that are aligned with emerging workforce needs. So over the coming weeks, I'll work with our leadership team and in consultation with the board to implement our next steps to ensure continuity of the programs and initiatives within the AWE portfolio of work. But I want to say I'm looking forward to working with Ray and his new role at TAC. We have also today, I'm looking forward to our major policy discussions. So I'll be joining my friends and colleagues, Education Commissioner Mike Morath and Texas Workforce Commission Chairman Brian Daniel, and we'll share an update with the board about the Tri-Agency Initiative and the work that we've been doing together to align our educational and workforce systems. We'll have a few other key presentations that I wanted to highlight. So Melissa Henderson, who's our Associate Commissioner for Strategic Partnerships, also Executive Director of the Texas Higher Education Foundation, is going to share an update on our efforts to implement our new strategic plan, Building a Talent Strong Texas, and share baseline data for each of the major goals. So we can start to take a closer look in particular about how we calculate credentials of value and student debt. Deputy Commissioner Ray Martinez and Elizabeth Mayer, who's our Assistant Commissioner for Academic and Health Affairs, will lead the regular board update on transfer initiatives. I'm excited about where we are with this work. So in close partnership with our institutions, our agency team is making substantial progress in establishing seamless pathways that are going to improve student completion. Elizabeth is also going to provide an overview of the proposed rules related to degree program review and approval, which of course is one of the core functions of the coordinating board. So the proposed rules were developed over several months in close collaboration with our institutions, and the idea is to create a more streamlined and more transparent process for institutions that are going to better align with our state plan under Building a Talent Strong Texas, minimizing regulatory burden and providing more predictability for the institution. So the update today you'll get from Elizabeth is just an overview of everything that's going to be involved in making that process easier. The actual rules will come for the board's consideration in October. Then Sarah Keaton, our Associate Commissioner for Administration, and Ken Martin, our Chief Operating Officer and CFO, are going to lead an overview of our legislative appropriations request. So this is the critical first step in determining what the agency's budget would be for the next biennium, for the next legislative session. This is going to be particularly important for us as it's going to be the first legislative appropriations request since we've adopted the new plan, and we want to make sure that we work closely with the legislature to make strategic investments that are going to help us lay a foundation for building a talent-strong Texas. So I want to say, again, just in closing, how much I appreciate the support of the board and our many partners, including Commissioner Morath and Chairman Daniel, that you'll hear from later this morning as we work together to raise the bar for Texas higher education. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner. I would like to also join in with the Commissioner in recognizing and thanking Ray Martinez for his tremendous work at the agency over the past 2.5 years. Ray has brought a wealth of skill and talent to the agency, in addition to his hard work, especially in helping the institutions navigate the challenges of the pandemic. Ray, we would just like to acknowledge your service and thank you, and we wish you all the best in your next endeavor, and we look forward to working with you in your new role. Congratulations. Members, any questions? Members, any questions for the Commissioner at this point? If not, the next agenda item is public testimony. We have one person that's registered to testify today. Members, I will advise you that any testimony that does not involve a topic on our posted agenda we cannot discuss at this meeting. At this time, I would like to invite Mr. David Maley to come forward. Is David here? It appears he may not be here. So we will move on to the next item, which is item 5, consideration and possible action of approval of minutes for the April 28, 2022 quarterly board meeting. Do I have a motion for approval of the minutes for the April quarterly board meeting?
So moved.
Okay, so I have a motion by Vice Chair Williams and a second by Mr. Torn. Thank you. Any discussion? Members, those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed, no. Motion passes. Thank you. The next is the consideration of possible action to approve the consent calendar. The consent calendar includes non-controversial items that we think can be approved without comment or discussion. This allows us to save time for other items that need more attention for the board. Highlighted items are in gray in the consent items on the agenda. Members, you have had time in advance to review the items, and of course, any board member can request that an item be removed from the consent calendar. That will give us the opportunity to discuss the item or items fully during the meeting. The items that we have placed in consent today are 8F, consideration and possible action to acknowledge gifts and donations to the board. 9B, consideration and possible action to approve the 60x30 Texas Progress Report. Item 9C, consideration and possible action to approve amending the staff augmentation and technology service contracts pursuant to Rule 1.16 and the Government Code Chapter 2155 with Damon Consulting Incorporated to increase funding, including exceeding $5 million and extending contracts from September 30th, 2022 to September 30th, 2023. For contractors working directly on the Data Modernization Initiative project and backfill positions for the Data Modernization Staff Augmentation Project. Item 9D, consideration and possible action to approve amending the service contract pursuant to Government Code Chapter 2155 with MDRC by extending the contract from June 30th, 2022 to April 30th, 2023, and adding additional funds to extend and enhance MDRC's ongoing randomized controlled trial evaluation of the Texas Transfer Grants Pilot Project. Item 9E, consideration and possible action to approve entering into the Governor's Emergency Education Relief Year-funded interagency contracts totaling no more than $30 million and various general academic teaching institution support of the Toward Excellence, Access, and Success Texas Grant Program. 9F, consideration and possible action to approve the appointment of members of the Financial Aid Advisory Committee. 11B, report on institutional requests related to new degree and certificate programs acted on by the Commissioner or Assistant Commissioners since the last board meeting. 11C, consideration and possible action to adopt the reports to the board on school closures and or teach-outs pursuant to Board Rule 7.76. 11D, consideration and possible action to adopt the recommendation relating to the January 2022 annual compliance reports for institutions under their Certificate of Authorization names beginning with A through O. 11F, consideration and possible action to adopt the Family Practice Residency Advisory Committee's recommendation relating to the distribution of funds trusted to the Coordinating Board to support family practice residency programs for fiscal year 2023. 11G, report on activities to the Family Practice Residency Advisory Committee, including the report of trusted funds distributed in fiscal year 2022. 11H, report on activities of the Learning Technology Advisory Committee. 11I, consideration of possible action to adopt the report on the effectiveness of the Open Educational Resources Grant Program, General Appropriations Act, SB 1, 87th Texas Legislature, Regular Session, Rider 49. Item 11K, consideration and possible action to adopt the report relating to the feasibility of establishing a religious studies program at Texas Southern University, implementing Texas Educational Code 61.06695. 11M, consideration and possible action to appoint a student representative to the Apply Texas Advisory Committee. 11N, consideration and possible action to appoint members of the following advisory committees. 1, Learning Technology Advisory Committee. 2, the Workforce Education Course Manual Advisory Committee. 3, Certification Advisory Council. 4, Apply Texas Advisory Committee. 5, Academic Course Guide Manual Committee. 6, the Texas Transfer Advisory Committee. Item 12B, report on grants and contracts. Members, at this time, I would like to add 2 items to the consent calendar. 11J, I'd like to add that, and that is consideration and possible action to adopt the report of the fiscal year 2022 annual review of the Autism Grant Program, and 11L, the report on total research expenditures. Members, does anyone want to add any other items to the consent calendar? Does anyone want to remove any items from the consent calendar? Do I have a motion for approval of the consent calendar as amended?
So moved.
We have a motion by Mr. Wilson. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Williams. Any discussion? Members, those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed, say no. Motion passes. Thank you. Next, we move on to our major policy discussion. Agenda item 7. Major policy discussions, as we know, are topics of interest where staff, policy experts, and or stakeholders provide coordinating board members with information on higher education policy, matters of initiatives, or initiatives that have a potential impact on Texas statewide. Major policy discussion for this meeting will focus on the Tri-Agency Workforce Initiative. Dr. Harrison Keller, Commissioner of Higher Education, Mike Morath, Commissioner of Public Education, and Brian Daniel, Chairman of the Texas Workforce Commission, will provide this overview and will be available for questions, members. Commissioner Keller will begin the discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. So we look forward to sharing with you the collaboration, the work among the tri-agency initiatives. So I'll first pass the mic to my colleague Mike Morath and to kick us off in our conversation, and look forward to the discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, members. It's really an honor to be here with my colleagues. I'm always tempted to do like the Three Amigos sign when we get together, but it's really an honor to work with these gentlemen under the vision really that Governor Abbott laid out in 2016. So if we roll the clock back, we have 3 state agencies. And from those 3 state agencies, we have a series of both regional partners and local implementers, school districts, community colleges, universities. workforce boards, adult education centers, and you name it. These three agencies are in many ways responsible for the training of humans. How do we help little humans become the best versions of themselves as they grow up? How do we become moderately grown humans, grow in their skills and capacities, and fully grown humans? So the governor really had this vision to say, let's synthesize both the policymaking and practice framework of these three agencies and work collaboratively towards building the strongest base of talent in lives of productivity, but also of purpose and meaning. And so he charged us as three agencies to begin this tri-agency process in 2016. In 2016, we began pretty regular coordination efforts. We put out the first ever tri-agency report in 2016. We iteratively improved on those processes. And in 2020, we had the second at-bat, as it were, of our major tri-agency recommendations. Many of these recommendations are inward-focusing. How can we operationally improve alignment and efficacy as we execute the legislative mandates that have been given to us? Some of the recommendations were outward-focusing. The legislature may want to consider. The legislature thought that Governor Abbott's idea was so good that they, in the most recent legislative session, passed House Bill 3767, making it official. So as opposed to a more informal driven collaborative, it is now a function of law that we do, in fact, operate in a cohesive fashion. And under the new legal structure, we've been meeting not just quarterly, but monthly. And the degree of operational collaboration that happens between our teams has also, I think, reached an unparalleled coherence as we work to align our initiatives. So to the extent, for example, that you think of K-12 having college advising that needs to happen in high school, much of the expertise from that is co-developed between us and the coordinating board as opposed to silo. And that's just not Commissioner Keller and I meeting once a month and discussing, but it is extremely regular operational meetings at the staff level with common approaches to planning, common approaches to project management, and common goals. One of the things in House Bill 3767 was let's get clear as to the common unified goal structure that we're working towards all three agencies, and what are the major strategies that we adopt in our timeline of the progress that we have been making on that front. Again, the sort of downstream implications of the alignment, the unified approach to both goal setting and execution are significant. One of the areas where it is already bearing real fruit is in data connectivity. So you think about the seamless ability to track and discern progress and use that to evaluate progress of our initiatives. And so for that, I'll turn over to.
Thanks, Mike. So, of course, we've talked about before with the board how important our data is, and of course, the coordinating board is the steward of the combined educational and workforce data infrastructure that feeds our network of state education research centers. Texas is well known for having incredibly rich educational and workforce data and being able to link that data from public pre-K all the way into the workforce. But historically, we've not done a great job of making that data accessible, making it useful. So it's tended to prioritize more regulatory purpose, although we do have the educational research centers, rather than being focused on helping to inform decisions. So there's been some important efforts within the agencies, but now across the agencies to improve the sharing of data and even more important, the use of that data. One of the things that I'd want to highlight for the board is up to this point, so the Texas Education Agency, Texas Workforce Commission, the coordinating board have had separate ad hoc data sharing agreements that have governed how we share data across the agencies, and we've had dozens of these. And sometimes the data sharing agreement consisted of an email from somebody who worked at one agency to somebody who worked at the other agency, and neither of them are there anymore. So just in this last few weeks, the agencies developed and adopted a new master data sharing agreement that's going to be really important to provide a global authorization for the data that's going to be shared across the agencies, about how that's going to be done, how that's going to be documented. So that agreement was just finalized on July 13th, and it should streamline the sharing processes across the agencies, make that a lot more transparent. That agreement includes a tri-agency research inventory that's a comprehensive list of the projects that have been approved where we share data across the agencies, so across the Coordinating Board, TEA, and the Workforce Commission, including our legislative mandated reporting. We already have about 95 projects that we've documented within that, and we'll continue to build that out within our research inventory. And so that helps us accelerate our cross-agency work. So I did want to also put in context, so the work that we've been doing, the work that the board and the Texas Higher Education Foundation have helped accelerate over this past 2 years, I really see as an important contribution to the tri-agency initiative. So you'll see here a slide that should be familiar on slide 5 around interagency collaboration, where we'll be rolling out the public portal later this year, have privileged dashboards for our institutions, and then secure data enclaves so we can dig deeper into what's going on, what drives the variance that we're seeing. That's important, of course, for our agency. It's important for our colleges and universities, but it's a unique and powerful asset across our tri-agency collaboration. And so we've been careful to set that up, and we have a regular, to Mike's earlier point, we have a regular heartbeat of communication and working group just around data that's meeting frequently to hammer out how are we going to more efficiently share this data, so that what we're driving towards is where each of our constituencies should be able to see data that's much more timely, much more actionable intelligence. So now why don't we switch gears a little bit and talk a little bit about how we bring that data into dialogue with what we're seeing happening in the workforce. And I'd mentioned earlier in our conversations yesterday about how TWC is spearheading the work on developing a state credential library. So I'll defer to Chairman Daniel to talk about that aspect of the work.
All right, let's jump to slide 6. This credential library is really, it's not a first attempt, but it's a comprehensive process to bring all the different credentials that people can earn into one catalog so we can actually see what we're dealing with. In the workforce, we're dealing with two things. With the data, we're clearly dealing with a lot of outcome data, meaning, what's happening, wages, what are people doing, what's their career promotion potential, but we have to look at the input side a little bit as well. The number of credentials that exist in the world today is staggering, and I don't think people generally have enough information to make some decisions based on that. You can trust institutions like our state universities, our state community colleges, state technical schools. You can trust K through 12 providers in the state, public schools, charter schools, and others to know that the credentials that they offer, diplomas or degrees, that they have value, and there's something that backstops those. But when we get to august institutions like TikTok and YouTube and Twitter and Facebook, and you can go get a certificate right now. But what does that actually mean? And then large enterprise-sized companies, and I mean global corporations, who have more employees than our largest university has students, will offer credentials of their own. And so as people study this and look to invest their time and money into something, we want them to know what the value of those credentials are. But where we have to start is cataloging all of these in one place. And so the first phase. We'll bring all of that together. We will eventually and soon start making some judgment calls about those credentials. You know, a Bachelor of Science degree from Texas Tech, obviously has value, and we want to point out people the value of that. On the other hand, credentials people may be less familiar with, we'll need to point out that as well. And so we'll have a matrix of evaluation that will apply to that. When we look at the credentials themselves, we see how they plug into a larger career pathway for people. And these career pathways are really serving two purposes simultaneously. This is how employers retain the best talent that they can get for their company by offering people promotion potential within that company so that they can continue to grow with it. And certainly the workforce themselves, as they have expanded opportunities in the workforce, it just creates more opportunities for them and their communities. And these work-based learning opportunities that happen on these career pathways are pretty important. Now, these aren't necessarily credential-based. They may be specific for the employer that particular employee is working with. But those career pathways are what create the upward movement, not just of the workforce, but of the economy as a whole. Now, what you'll see buried in these career pathways is a constant need for reskilling and upskilling. You know, if you're going to be a dentist, if you're going to be an attorney, if you're going to be any number of what we consider to be high-skill, high-wage professions, you're well aware of your constant need to do continuing education. But when you are working on a manufacturing line, that need for continuing education is a little more subtle. In other words, you've got to remain relevant, and many companies take care of this through constant training. But employees don't always rely on that, and so career pathways give us an opportunity to really create these upskilling and reskilling opportunities. Now, I need to change gears a little bit. This is part of House Bill 3767. It's something that we're required to do, but it falls in with this baseline data that we're talking about in terms of both credential libraries and career pathways. And this has to do with the self-sufficient wage. House Bill 3767 asked the three agencies to develop a tool to determine for each county of the state and regionally what wage would it take for a family of 1, 2, 3, 5, 10, however many are in the family. What's the necessary wage for the wage earners in that family to make for that family to be considered self-sufficient? Self-sufficiency here would imply food, shelter, health care, different things that are taken care of. There's not very many tools with regard to this out there. We're adapting a tool from the University of Washington, who's been looking at this for some time, who actually had 50 state data in there. We weren't quite enamored of all the data they were using for Texas because we thought we had a little more data to add. And so we've been collaborating with them and collaborating amongst ourselves to get some pretty Texas-specific data in there and be able to determine that self-sufficient wage. To be fair, this is a statutory requirement, but I think it's going to give us a good baseline to look at, particularly where career pathways are concerned, to understand how people are moving up through the workforce and increasing their wage potential. That's pretty important, I think, for the state's economy and something that we're going to do. Now, we collaborate amongst ourselves a lot in this effort on both House Bill 3767, the Tri-Agency Initiative writ large, and some projects that we're working on. But there are some specific things that are going on at each agency that I think are very complementary for each other. The next slide is going to say workforce education, and the next slide after that is going to say K through 12 initiatives. And so we're going to talk some specifics about what each agency is doing, but how that's interacting with what we're doing as a whole. And let me turn it back over to Commissioner Morath to discuss what's going on K through 12.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So what you see on slide 11, and did we bring annual reports for these folks? I'll pass those out for you too. This graphic is actually a kind of a model of the architecture of what you think of as career preparation in the K-12 space. And the entirety of this graphic did not exist 5 or 6 years ago. So, everything about this graphic requires collaboration between TEA and our fellow tri-agency partners. I'm passing out an annual report that we do that's sort of as a state of K-12 education as a ready reference, but the only relevance to this portion is, I think, in page like 7 or 8, you will see this same graphic, which may be slightly higher quality than what you see on screen. So when you think about what we have done for career readiness, in particular at the high school level, in the last 5 or 6 years. It's been pretty extraordinary. So in collaboration with the Workforce Commission and really with employers all over the state, we identified what was about 16 or so career clusters, and so you can see the example. That's like this little schools box there. We'll open up the career cluster of architecture and construction. So inside that career cluster, you have a series of 7 programs of study that are all related to working in architecture and construction. So it could be architectural design, masonry, electrical, HVAC, sheet metal, and the like. So if you go one step further from, okay, what's the broad program of study? The concept behind a program of study is you got freshmen, sophomores, juniors, seniors, so this is 14, 15, 16, 17-year-olds in high school. What courses should they take if they are interested in pursuing that career, not just immediately after high school, but in a way to really grow their lifetime earning potential? And so we have mapped that. There are a series of courses. The SBOE, the State Board of Education, has adopted TEKS-aligned courses in each area. So you can see like an example of this for HVAC and sheet metal. Freshmen might take Principles of Construction, and sophomores might take HVAC and Refrigeration Technology 1, juniors HVAC and Refrigeration Technology 2, and then seniors a practicum in construction technology. All the while, they should be engaging with employers in that field with work-based learning opportunities. That leads towards industry-based certifications. You heard Commissioner Daniel talk about the credentials library and what we will formally identify as a credential of value that the coordinating board is actually leading a lot of the research on. And what we have done is we have modified and aligned the A through F system in K-12 in alignment with both the 60 by 30 goals and its refreshed Talent Strong Texas goals, because we want our young people to have some meaningful post-secondary credential. Well, that meaningful post-secondary credential could be a bachelor's degree, but in many cases, it's more like a middle skills trade credential that is necessary. So we've identified a series of those, and then using data that we get from the Workforce Commission, we provide information from a counseling and advising standpoint so that people know how many jobs are available in that space. What's the job growth look like? What's median wage look like? And then how can I continue to grow, not just as an employed 18-year-old, but as a 25-year-old, as a 35-year-old? What are my career prospects in that space? So everything that I just described, no one knew about 6 years ago. I mean, like theoretically we knew it existed, but there's actually tangible resources that identify all of these opportunities and orient folks around it. You see on the next slide, we have these career cluster resources that lay all of this out in every one of these employment areas and tie it back to courses that kids can take while they're in high school. The legislature has taken steps to, again, align the incentives in K-12. So you have a formal incentive in the A through F system. So for every kid that scores high on the SAT or ACT, great, you get some more credit for it. But also for every kid that gets a welding certification, an HVAC certification, in this case, NCCER HVAC Level 1 certification, these sorts of things also get credit, get equal credit. Similarly, kids who enlist in the military, you get that. Because it's an outcome. But even beyond the A through F system to align around goals, you got money that's tied to it. So recent changes to CTE funding formulas in the K-12 space have aligned the funding incentives to help districts both cover the cost of this and incent kids to get this. In House Bill 3, the Omnibus House Bill 3 School Finance, and you can see sort of a description of those funding formulas, also includes outcomes bonuses to pay more funds to K-12 institutions when their kids successfully matriculate with this level of preparation, both on the career side and on the college side. And the nice thing on the college side is not only do you have to be ready, good SAT score, good TSI A score, you actually have to be enrolled in October when the professors are looking to see if you showed up. So that has caused a huge amount of collaboration at the institutional level all over the state of Texas, which is deeply meaningful. And I think the lessons learned are being used as Commissioner Keller and many others work through the Community College Finance Commission now, and hopefully some of those lessons learned will result in similar policy alignment at the higher ed side in the next session. You have to get incentives right, but you also have to provide capacity support. That's what you see on the next slide. We have we have invested, thanks to legislative appropriations in the most recent session, significant supports to bring higher ed together, workforce together, and K-12 together in different regions, so that a high school principal can plan meaningfully what are the course sequences my kids need, what is it that's really going to be valuable. If I'm continue to prepare kids for some industry that nobody cares about in my backyard, how do I make changes to that so that I have the right kind of alignment? You can see on the very next slide what we've done to expand participation in these planning efforts, and this is resulting in a lot more high schools changing their instructional model to include rigorous both collegiate preparation and rigorous career preparation in schools all over the state of Texas. You see some of the fruits of that on the next slide. We have specifically codified high school models for both college and career readiness that we've seen an explosion in growth on in recent years. And so you can see in 2022 we're up to 500 or so of these combination early college high schools, P-TECH high schools, T-STEM high schools. And to put that in dollars and cents terms, the next slide shows you that if you are a student and you enroll in one of these schools, you are vastly more likely to graduate high school with not just a high school diploma, but a full-blown associate's degree in a trade area with a trade credential, already an employment offer. And if you think about first-generation college kids, that is extraordinary. 18-year-old, already college complete, associate's degree, already in a trade-focused area, whether it's computer programming or public service law or field trades, you name it, and already getting paid pretty good money. So this has multi-generational impacts on raising the level of income and sort of eradicating multi-generational poverty. So this is a huge, huge development in the state of Texas, and we are really the leader in this. There's not another state in the country that has seen more comprehensive high schools transition to these integrated college and career readiness models, and this is the future. What we've also seen, if you see on the next slide, is a real growth in career certification attainments, so IBCs, and working with our tri-agency partners, identifying the sort of right mix of IBCs, which is this constantly moving picture. English looks a lot like it did about 100 years ago, but app development does not look like what it did 100 years ago. So there's need for evaluation and iteration is pretty constant. But what we want to see is more kids coming out of high school with both career preparation as well as college preparation milestones attained. And the very last slide just speaks to the continued increase in sophistication in our development efforts with regard to meaningful trade credentials embedded into the K-12 space, which I know Commissioner Keller is also looking to embed in the formal evaluation mechanisms of Strong Texas in an aligned way, because we want to track our progress towards. We'll have all the goals, highfalutin goals we want, but if we're not tracking progress and not iterating on our current levels of performance, you're steering a ship without a rudder. So, anyways, with that, I'll turn over to Commissioner Keller to comment on this continued work to grow insight into the visibility of the credentials that matter.
So for the board to put in this context, some of the conversations that we've been having over the last several months and over the last couple of years. So I'll talk very briefly, more focused on the workforce education. Slides 22 and 23 just give an overview of different kinds of workforce credentials that our higher education institutions are awarding. But of course, we don't just want to award more credentials. We want to make sure that those credentials are going to translate into value for individual students, for the families, for employers. And so on slide 24, just to reinforce, so the coordinating board's leadership on putting the marker down, first state in the nation to put the marker down, that we're going to condition our goals for production of post-secondary credentials on the value of those credentials is really important, not just for our work in higher education, but as my colleagues have mentioned, for our work as a tri-agency. So I think about it this way, that TWC is taking the lead on developing, standing up the statewide credential repository to capture as many credentials as possible. A lot of those, as we've discussed, are credentials we haven't historically tracked, and even our own institutions haven't historically tracked. Now, there's a subset of those that would pass that minimum value threshold as credentials of value, and we'll continue that conversation today when we talk about the baseline data for building a talent-strong Texas. And of course, there's some of those credentials that students could either start pursuing or go ahead and earn while they're still in high school. And we want to make sure that we've got that coherence across all of our efforts. So that shows up in a couple of strands of work that I want to highlight. First, around the policy work that we're doing at the agency to support the Community College Finance Commission, chaired by Woody Hunt of the Texas Higher Ed Foundation, and supported by our coordinating board staff. That's an important first opportunity for us to align funding for our community colleges with our goals and with this broader vision. And as Mike mentioned, to also align with the kind of momentum that was created by House Bill 3 on the public education finance side. So we're also leaning into deeper analyses of the demand for different kinds of credentials as our workforce needs are changing faster than anyone anticipated. We're working closely with the Texas Workforce Commission. Together we're working closely with other folks, mentioned Georgetown Center for Education and the Workforce, Burning Glass, other entities that have other data that we can bring into the mix, that it's important for our institutions and important for these discussions. And where we see that there's a disconnect, sometimes we're producing too many of a credential given what we see happening in the workforce, and sometimes the disconnect is we're producing far fewer credentials than we need in certain key areas. So that's where we've focused efforts, especially with GEAR funding, to stand up new capacity in our institutions. Next slide. So that colors and shapes the way that we've done accelerating credentials of purpose and value, where we provided seed grants to colleges, universities, to stand up new short-term credential programs, especially in the first round in three major areas that we'd heard from employers, and TWC was telling us that they were seeing acute needs, of course, in frontline healthcare, but across every sector, employers needing more folks who have digital skills and more folks who have training around data analytics. And then we have, next slide, also working closely with TWC, accelerating opportunities for students to have work-based learning opportunities so that they're not just acquiring the skills that are relevant, but they're actually able to do that in the context of where they're working in paid internships, paid apprenticeships. All of that is implemented hand in glove with our partners at the Workforce Commission. And then next, we advanced a couple of slides down. In particular, we've had the opportunity, both through GEAR funds and through appropriations from the legislature, to make investments in community colleges to stand up new programs aligned with our current emerging workforce needs through the TRUE program. So the TRUE program was passed by the legislature, did not receive an appropriation because we worked with the legislative leadership with the governor's office so that we could accelerate that with the GEAR funds right away as soon as the legislative session was over. So our first round, we actually received $25 million allocated to us for GEAR funds. We got more proposals than that from our community colleges, so we funded a little over $26 million in seed grants for short-term credential programs. And then in the third called special session, the legislature topped that off with another $15 million appropriation to our community and technical colleges for these short-term workforce credentials. And again, we don't just want to add credentials. I mean, the point is that we want to make sure that all of the credentials that we're awarding, the credentials we're accelerating, are aligned with what we see in current emerging workforce needs. And so I want to then hand the mic over to Commissioner Daniel to dig a little deeper into some of the work that they're doing on apprenticeships and some of their other work.
Sometime when we have time, I'd love to talk to you about the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic on the workforce, and we don't have time today, but I do want to hit something that became very apparent very quickly, and that is there are a number of skills gaps that exist within the state. So we produce slightly more college graduates than we would have jobs that absolutely 100% require a college degree. Some companies hire people with college degrees for jobs that don't require it because that's the level of education they want. It's good for us. That's that company's business. But what we began to see was our forward-moving potential for college graduates and jobs that college graduates need. We actually feel pretty good about that. We can watch the universities track forward with those jobs and sort of adjust to meet those skills gaps when they see them. At the lower end of the workforce, lower end because it's going to be lower wages, these are folks that pursue no training whatsoever post-high school. And shockingly, it's about 16% of the population. But only about 8% of the jobs in this state are completely sort of jobs that don't require any training post-high school. So you've got a number of people who could improve their economic position simply by getting some training post-high school. The big middle group we would call middle skills jobs, but essentially we're talking about jobs that if you had a solid foundation in high school, and if you went to public school in Texas, you probably do, you should pursue some training post-high school to really pursue these jobs. It's about 54% of the jobs in the workforce. At this point, we're only seeing about 33% of Texans who have the exact requisite skills that businesses are looking for. It's not a crisis. It's actually upside potential because corporations, businesses, and other employers are taking the opportunity to train some folks to do some jobs. But if we could provide some training programs via any number of avenues, folks could hit that ground running and really get a better rung on their career pathway as they're moving up through the workforce. I wanted to highlight for you today some middle skills type training models that we're really pursuing at TWC right now because I think they're making really probably a bigger dent in this middle skills gap than some other things that we've just only begun working on. Our apprenticeship program is robust. It's been around for a while. We've been standing up registered apprenticeship programs in this state for a number of years now. We excel nationally in the number of registered apprenticeship programs that we set up. We like this model because it can be based on a specific industry, and it's often administered or at least led by that particular industry. If you take electricians, there are very robust apprenticeship models among electricians. It's about a 4-year pathway from apprentice electrician to journeyman electrician. You can accomplish one of those years while you're in high school if the school's offering adequate CTE programs, and those that are pursuing that do. You still have about 3 years ahead of you in the workforce. It is without question an unreasonable request to expect someone to do training with no wages. How would you do that? And they don't teach these classes at night necessarily. And so what electricians have done is to hire folks as an apprentice electrician, put them to work on the things that the state allows them to do, enroll them in class while they're earning wages. They're doing work. They also get their practicum while they're doing that. The net result of that is 3-4 years later, depending on the program they're in, they'll have a journeyman's electrician license. Their wage moves from about $12 to about $25 an hour during that time period. At $25 an hour, a journeyman electrician's doing a good job. You can look at these in other trades as well, plumbing, building, construction, to some extent HVAC specialists. And what we've discovered at the Workforce Commission is we can really expand beyond those trades into some other areas where we know we need more people. Mechanics and technicians does not have a very large history of apprenticeships, and so we're trying to jumpstart some apprenticeships there. This critical skills registered apprenticeship that you see referenced on the slide is to do just that. So airplane mechanics, computer technicians, IT technicians, auto mechanics, people that fix things, that kind of keep the economy running. We need to move more people in that category into the economy pretty quickly, and the workforce desperately needs help there. Often it's a training program, 12 months, 18 months, 2 years. Again, it's difficult to do that if you're not earning wages. We think the apprenticeship model really solves that dilemma. The second one you'll see is healthcare registered apprenticeships. This will stand up either at the end of this week or sometime next week. This one will go out. This particular investment's aimed at really moving people kind of along the career pathway in healthcare, maybe finding a way for patient care technicians to move to CNA, perhaps move CNAs to LVNs or RNs. Again, it's the clinical portion of that we're worried about. Often the clinicals are unpaid, and the hospitals have a hard time hiring someone who's in their nursing clinicals. This might present an opportunity for us, for a community college to teach the courses, for a hospital to have the clinicals, and for the person to be in some sort of wage-earning occupation. It's a much better combination than thinking someone can take the several hundred hours of clinicals that they have to do without being able to earn any wages, or earn wage in a sort of a less kind of structured job. This model gives them an opportunity to stay in healthcare. It also gives a healthcare employer, like a hospital, an opportunity to really pursue recruitment and retention opportunities that they didn't see before. Let me jump to the next slide. I'm moving fast. This one's about our Skills Development Fund. This is an old program, but it really continues to work very well. This is where we incorporate a business in partnership with a community college or a technical school, certainly our workforce development boards, and some other folks that are eligible applicants. They apply for money on behalf of the business to do training. Community colleges have availed themselves of this program very well and continue to do a lot of different training programs. This is a reskill, upskill opportunity for the employees at those businesses, and it certainly gives community colleges and technical colleges an opportunity to have that relationship with the employers that are in that area. Again, this is a well-established program. We continue to make investments in this, and we continue to see dividends being paid to the taxpayers. I've got one more slide here to show you. This next one is back to industry-based certifications. It's in this innovative training category because as we continue to catalog those and as we discover this complete comprehensive list of what those IBCs are, we do have to look at ways to make either our apprenticeship or our skills development fund or an as yet undeveloped program available where we see gaps appearing in the workforce where we can move people with some particular IBC into that pathway. The example I use sometimes is, what if a dental hygienist's lifelong goal is to be an off-field roughneck? Now, what's the career path for that? Well, there's not one, but if that's what you want to do, that's what you want to do. And so you need to have a confidence in going to a place to find, all right, this is what I have, and how does that lead to what I need? We don't really have that. We have humans that can counsel you, but there's not enough of them. And so what we really need is a starting place. And we've started work on an app for a phone platform where you could literally go plug in what credentials you have, what your interest is, where you live now and where you're willing to live. And it would give you a path as to how you get there. Now, once that's complete, and in a way that I think we've been successful, it will not only tell you what the path is, it'll tell you who's on that pathway, which community college, which university, which companies. It gives you, which workforce development board. It gives you an opportunity to kind of chart your way. So this list of industry-based certifications, we all have a use for them. You know, Commissioner Morath has a use at the high school level to really not just grade high schools, but give students opportunities. Commissioner Keller has a need to monitor what particular universities or colleges are doing and understand what credentials of value they're offering their students. And for us, it really expands beyond that, and it gives us an opportunity to create career pathways that sometimes don't make sense to us, but they certainly make sense to the folks that are pursuing them. These gaps, these workforce gaps that we're seeing, whether it's a middle skills gap, or whether it's a shortage of employees in a brand new industry and we're trying to convert people from doing one type of job to another, even in related positions. We have to fill those gaps quickly, and so we have to look at innovative ways to do that. And that's my last slide. I think the next slide says that we're available for questions and answers, which we certainly are.
And before we jump into that, let me just say for the board, I appreciate the opportunity to share with you all what we're working on through the Tri-Agency Initiative. I think it's important context for some of the specific conversations that we've been having just over the last couple of days. I think it would be important for us we'll come back periodically and do further report outs. But I also, before we jump to Q&A, I wanted to say, so Commissioner Morath mentioned the formal work in the legislature codified a lot of the work that was already underway across the agencies on a number of fronts. You can't really legislate goodwill. You can't really legislate collegiality. And I think what's particularly exciting and what I'm grateful for with my colleagues up here is that we're able to move quickly. We're able to innovate together, not only because of the formal structures that we have in place and support structures we have in place, but just because of the relationships among us and among our teams who work very closely together. So just, a couple of examples I'd call out is yesterday we had a conversation about the Texas First Scholarship that the board had spearheaded. We've been able to get that fast-tracked with us and with TEA so that students are going to be able to take advantage of that early high school graduation option and scholarship starting this next January. And that would not be possible without folks at TEA who had a lot of other things on their plates, being willing to set that aside, work shoulder to shoulder with our team so that we could quickly bring you rules for your consideration, so we can create this opportunity for. Also, with TWC, we have our first joint senior staff member with Matt Parson, who's our Assistant Commissioner for Workforce Innovation. So Matt can be in senior staff meetings over at TWC as well as with us, help us reduce friction, help us see opportunities to work together. Those are just a couple of examples of the kinds of things that are underway across the agencies. We'd be happy to answer any questions, but I appreciate the board's attention, appreciate the board's support for so many aspects of this work that we've shared with you this morning.
Well, I want to first start by saying thank you so much for giving us this great update. I want to really congratulate Governor Greg Abbott for bringing this to fruition and the idea, because as I see each of you where you sit, I see the connection, K-12, higher ed, workforce. And that's what it's all about, right? Giving opportunity for our citizens of our great state to be able to have a great opportunity to provide for their family, have a great input into the economy of our state. Commissioner Morath brought up the history. I was on the board before that started, and I recall I'm from the Rio Grande Valley, from McAllen, and I remember going to they started, as you recall, Commissioner, little meetings around the state to see what people thought. And I was at South Texas College at one, and you were there, and it was very, very insightful, and people were looking like, wow, we're really getting organized. And so I've seen it, being on the board, probably the most tenured member, but when it started in 2016, I was already on the board. And what I see and hear and the work and keep up with the work that y'all are doing an outstanding job. And we need to get the message out to our great state about all that's going on. So first of all, I applaud you, and I will tell you that just seeing from the beginning, being part of just being a group of like a focus group, I would say, and then to see what is happening and the work that y'all have done with your staffs. The Commissioner brought up, I know that y'all have great staffs, each of you, and the work that's being done and the connection for our citizens in the state and moving everything forward. We do appreciate the work, besides you being here, and all the work that you've done, which we've all followed over 7 or 8 years now. So it's really a great accomplishment. And also the legislature working closely with the Tri-Agency, and to be able to make this happen and continue
the great work that the Tri-Agency and each of your leadership that are providing these great opportunities for Texans. I'll open up for comments or questions for the board next, or any comments or questions from anybody on the board members on the Zoom.
I have a question.
Mr. Torn.
So first of all, congratulations on being intentional. Congratulations on being collaborative. Congratulations on being innovative. Measurables. How do we know all of this effort, all of this collaboration works?
So I think top to bottom across all three organizations embrace a discipline of performance management that, say, 6 or 7 years ago, you would not necessarily have found. So on a unified basis, we have to, under House Bill 3767, publish what are the goals that we are working towards, and then how do we measure our aggregate success. And so there's a series of measurement types that have been published so far on the in each of those in each of the areas. So, for example, what's the percentage of third graders that are reading and doing math on grade level? One of many things that about our unified goal across all three agencies. And then you sort of you think about that as having 5-year targets, but those are your sort of end goal, outcome goals. What you have to have then is a whole series from a management discipline perspective of, if I'm engaged in this strategy, and this strategy, and this strategy, all of which sort of unify to help, say, drive progress towards third grade reading, as it were. What are the sort of short cycle measurables to measure progress in terms of implementation? So we have like an entire under the hood performance management system to measure both, not just measure outcomes, but to measure inputs. What are the things that we are actually we've made a series of assumptions in terms of the strategies that we need to drive. Those assumptions require us to execute with a certain amount of fidelity. What's our current level of fidelity in terms of execution? So you have monthly performance reflections, monthly progress updates. You got quarterly performance reflections and annual step backs, where you sort of marry the ongoing measurement and evaluation of management execution with summative evaluation of outcomes. And very sort of Edwards Deming total quality management approach, which is not what government is known for, but what we are institutionalizing in tri-agency fashion, and using common approaches to planning, performance management.
Yeah, and another thing government is not known for is collaboration across different agencies, and so I just want to underline that. I mean, it's Mike's last point about performance management. So one of the first things when I became commissioner that we did is we stood up a strategic implementation group, and team project managers, folks who are focused on process improvement, that kind of thing. But we made a point of working closely with our colleagues at TEA. So we literally use the same language, we use the same systems, we use many of the same approaches. So when we're working in collaboration, then that helps us move faster. Because we're organizing, we're checking the metrics, we're holding our teams accountable and our projects accountable, and with very similar kinds of strategies. So all of our projects, all our major projects, the coordinating board have a charter. We've got regular stock takes. We also have a heartbeat of our major projects meeting that identifies and is they're empowered to address issues and remove friction, and that those regular meetings are organized facilitated by our assistant commissioner for strategic. So in the process, that ends up being really important for making sure that we're not going off the tracks. And on the metrics, one of the things you'll see when you look at across the tri-agency work, TEA's performance goals are, and the coordinating board's goals from Building a Talent Strong Texas, you'll see right there in the tri-agency goal. So it's not,
Okay.
so we're using the same things that we're working on for Talent Strong Texas.
Okay, I want a much more simple response. And I'm not trying to be rude, but my question is, if one of the goals of education, I submit it's not the only goal, one of the goals of education is to provide opportunity, equal opportunity for all of our citizens to raise their earnings potential, success potential. How are we measuring what we're doing here is doing that?
One of the key points around this of this data sharing agreement is around the labor market outcomes. So let's look at what the experience is like and what the wages are like for folks who are graduating from K-12 education programs, workforce programs, from our higher education programs. How well does that align with what we're seeing in the demand in the workforce, and then how does that translate into earnings and opportunity for individuals? Over these next several months, as Chairman Daniel alluded to, you'll also be able to look at that in relationship to, well, what does a self-sufficient wage look like for the county where that individual lives, as well as our metrics on credentials of value. But Brian, do you want to?
In the short term, yeah, if you continue to see both the civilian labor force and the wage earning jobs numbers increase the way they are right now. If you look at, 94 of the last 120 months, we've seen an increase in those numbers. 21 of those months that we didn't were COVID, okay? If you continue to see those increases, that means employers are continuing to create new jobs here. If you combine that with a look at how many jobs are unfilled in the state, it tells you how many intermediate term opportunities we have. So that number continues to remain elevated, and it fluctuates at a high level between 700 and 900,000 jobs. That's in short intermediate term. In the long term, success would be continued growth in both civilian labor force and in-wage jobs, continued demand for employees. But you're going to want to look at the top 5 most in-demand jobs, and you're going to want to see those numbers coming down. So if I was to give you a metric, that our efforts on tri-agency make a difference. If those metrics do what I just said, increased civilian labor force, increased wage jobs, increased job opportunities, but decreases in the deficits, then we will have been successful at what we're doing. There are many government boxes to check. There are many forms that must be filled out because someone demands them. And so there's lots of measurements that we have to issue because someone some time ago decided we had to do that. But if I were to shorten it to the fact that one of the tenets of education is that our workforce is sound and growing, I would tell you that those particular metrics would tell you the answer that you're looking for. Now, having said that, I think we probably agree. You didn't say it out loud, but I think we agree. There are other intrinsic goals to education, and I want to see those too. But I'm the workforce guy right now. And so if that happens, we're growing as a state, we're growing as an economy. And one of the big components of the Tri-Agency Initiative, because it's called the Tri-Agency Workforce Initiative, and one of the tenets of that is that people go to work and companies have the people they need to work. I think those metrics will give you the answer that you're looking for. They're all in the green right now, and hopefully our efforts will continue to keep them that way. And I'd like to accelerate the growth, and I think we have some opportunities to do that.
Other questions, members?
I have a question.
Yes.
Some of these tools that you're creating are fantastic. Do they, though, include private institution data, like the credentials?
So the credential library will include private institutions. We'll capture everything that's out there. We'll also capture all the industry-based certifications. So we don't really give regard to those. Our influence obviously lies with the public institutions, but at this point we're collecting all data. We want to know the full universe of what's out there.
Mr. Wong?
Yes, I do have a question. But first of all, just very exciting to see these three agency collaboration. I think it will help a lot of, from the kindergarten student all the way to their career, launch the career, his or her career. That's exciting to see that we are doing that. So I really appreciate all your effort. One of the things I want to ask is about the career clusters. As you know, that's one of the critical points that allow, helping the high schooler to find what they want to do, and then they can launch the career. I was just wondering to see if this career cluster is going to be continually evolving. What I mean is, I've been working with a lot of high schoolers, talking to them and seeing what they want to do. Sometimes they want to do, but that's not necessary they can do it. But of course, through this cluster, they will find out the high school counselor will help them to find out what they really can do or where they could go. But last few years, I see a lot of high schoolers, they want to do, they want to do filming. Hopefully we can bring Hollywood #2 to Texas, right? So, and they want to do gaming because they feel like they're very good in computer games. They want to do gaming. Social media is one of their life, so they want to get involved in that. So if you look at a career cluster, I want to do construction. That's very easy to go to construction and figure that out and to see if I can do that. But if they want to do all those new technology things, go to information technology, I'm hoping that will be a evolving document that can help the youngster to know if they can do it or not.
Yes, the short answer to your question is yes, it is an evolving document. So the industry-based certification list essentially gets updated every 2 years. The career clusters programs of study get updated every 4. And it's pretty continuous. We actually visited a gaming academy in Burleson High School in Burleson not too long ago that follows one of the existing programs of study. And that was like nerd nirvana. That was an amazing school. You would all be lucky to have your children at that school. It was and I was recently also at a cybersecurity school in San Antonio, operated by Northside ISD. Also in the information technology career cluster with a program of study. It's super exciting to see the work that those kids are doing. I'm afraid they're all listening to our conversations right now. So the very significant investments in trying to keep pace with the continuous change in the workforce and the economy. There is a need for time. Changes in K-12 will never happen as quickly as changes. We think about what you do for a kid in freshman, sophomore, junior, senior. Sometimes the seniors, there's a job that exists now that did not exist when they were freshmen. There's some degree of intentional reflections. And so, anyways, we update the certification endpoint goals every 2 years, and we update the whole pathways every 4.
Also, a question, Mr. Daniel. The Workforce Commission, do you look at what Texas overall all the time in terms of what are we lacking? You have a lot of data about, sometimes we're lacking this trade, sometimes we're lacking this trade. Is there any initiative in this collaborative effort that we can help or encourage people to kind of fill in the gap, so to speak? Is it something like that we can at least look at?
Yeah, I can certainly provide you with data on where we're seeing the gaps right now. It is very interesting. The top 5 most vacant jobs in the state have been the same top 5 categories for about 5 or 6 years now. It's healthcare, customer service reps, sales reps, IT and computer specialists. Then sometimes there's like a general sales rep, and then sometimes it's truck drivers. Truck drivers is in 6 right now. And so that list has remained pretty constant. But we watch movement on the top 10 list all the time, and then also understand it's regional because some areas of the state, truck drivers is the number 1 most vacant job, and in other areas of the state, it's not any of the top 5. So we look statewide, and then we'll break it down into our 28 Workforce Development Board regions. We can provide you with that, and I think the individual institutions that are providing the education for that, in my opinion, are doing a good job of talking to that. Your discussion about career clusters is definitely a part of that discussion. So we can provide that data. Certainly, Commissioner Keller and I actually talk about this quite a bit. These gaps are critically important for us to fill because we need frankly, really longer-term paths for people to follow to do that. We can't just go around kind of plugging the holes that we see. We have to right now, but ultimately we're looking for better and longer-term solutions.
Absolutely right. Just recently lost my long guy to be a truck driver, so yeah, looks like it's a very needed. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Do we have any questions from our board members that are on Zoom? Just want to make sure that we include you if you have any questions for our panel.
No,
Mr. Chairman, I have a question. This is Rick Clemmer.
Yes, Mr. Clemmer.
Yeah, it seems like to me that this is really a great program. I really think that this is important for the state and one that really can be very useful. I guess one of the things that I haven't heard a lot about, though, is the gap that I think exists between the skilled workers and the jobs. How to be able to help the not only have the skilled workers come out, but help them be able to match them with the jobs, because that seems to be one of the shortfalls associated with it. Have you guys thought about that in any way, shape, or form to see? I mean, you talk about the gap that we have, you talk about what we're doing to prepare, but the question is that matching. Is there any effort or are there any thoughts that you have about how to support that?
We actually talk about it a lot. There's two things that specifically that are happening right now. There's workintexas.com and also another platform called mytexascareer.com. Serve as a computer matching system where we match people with known skills to jobs. We do ask them to self-identify and put themselves in the system. We don't do it for them. But if you have a particular set of skills and you want to be matched with jobs, they do a pretty good job of matching skills with jobs. That information is shared with our workforce development boards. You would agree to that up front. And so that electronic information ultimately goes to a counselor who you can talk to and can give you some strategies to get there. So using both technology and just frankly human-to-human contact, we're able to talk with folks that want to sign up for that kind of information. In addition to that, we have an online training platform that we contract with called Metrics Learning. It's basic skills. It's things that you might want to refresh on, but it also offers some job matching capabilities, and we use it with our Work in Texas platform as well. We actually spend a lot of time talking about it. It doesn't really get into the highlights reel today. We spend a lot of time talking about how students can kind of make an orderly movement from the 7th grade to a job when there's just constant changes going on, and finding the kind of, frankly, the kind of basic skills students need where they can jump to almost any platform really does kind of remain the challenge. But our ability to match people with the skills that they have, we're taking an even closer look at that. The next iteration of that is not so much you telling us what your skills are, but telling us what your skills are and what you want your skills to be, and letting us bridge the gap for you there. That's the only way we're going to speed this up, where we can start closing some of these gaps, middle skill or otherwise. I give you a real good example. Sat through a session not long ago, heard several CEOs, major corporations, brands you would recognize, indicate that their HR departments are moving away from what degree do you have, what college did you go to, what did you study, and they're looking for some confirmation of what skills do you possess. The degree themselves being, unfortunately, I think, meaningless to them, but what skills do those degrees, credentials, diplomas, others represent? We need to move our systems to that next level where we can match skills with jobs so that we can generate lists of opportunities for those in the workforce that want to participate. And then the next logical step from there, and we're headed down this road right now, is forming a better relationship up front with employers and helping them fill out their roster before they even land in a place, particularly when they're creating new jobs.
So, and a couple of things I'd highlight, Mr. Clemmer. So there are a lot, as Chairman Daniel mentioned, so there are a lot of resources already. TWC's worked on, or TA, or the coordinating board, other resources. One of the issues has been that these are sort of scattered around all over the place. So So one of our initiatives is going to be rolling out this fall, sort of a one-stop called My Texas Future, where we can drive traffic and have coordinated marketing across different regions. So folks can go and find some of these different resources. In some cases, the resources don't exist, and so the agencies are either partnering with other entities or spearheading development of new things like the Career Pathways app that Chairman Daniel mentioned. Also, for our higher ed institutions, this is going to be important to increasingly build out information for our colleges and universities about how workforce needs are changing, how employers' needs are changing, reflecting that back to the colleges in ways that they can feed into their program designs. We started some of that work during the pandemic, us and TWC, with a partnership with the Brookings Institution, where we built a little tool where our colleges and universities would be able to see, like, here's what unemployment looks like for their region, the types of jobs that folks have lost who've lost jobs. Here are the kind of jobs projected to grow. Here are the jobs that are absorbing folks who have lost jobs, and with the notion of, like, and what are the good jobs that are better pathways to upward mobility for individuals. We're going to need to just continue to lean into that work so there's better intelligence available within the institutions, so we can get a better alignment with the kinds of credentials, especially the short-term credentials that they're producing, and what the emerging workforce needs are.
Good.
Thanks a lot. That's very helpful.
Yes. Thank you. Ms. Williams?
For Mr. Daniel, when will the app be ready? The app that you mentioned, if you want to be a dancer, but now you want to be in the oil field.
That's a good question. I'm not getting a straight answer from our folks either. It just went into development. I'd say we're 12 to 18 months away from being able to deploy that, to be fair. The answer to oil field, I'm going to remember that one. I'll make sure that's
an analogy that we sometimes use around here.
Is there a part of the app that says don't even think about it when you apply?
I doubt it. There probably should be, but I doubt it. I'm sure it'll give a pathway for everything.
How have employers, have they been forthcoming in identifying the needs and really trying to connect the dots with the higher ed community? And for training, have they reached out, or do we have to kind of remind them to? How's that progress going?
Well, they've reached out. I mean, we have engaged, even when we were working on the Talent Strong Texas plan. You know, we had some direct engagement with employers, and now we've stood up more regular heartbeat of communication with workforce entities. So we have a workforce advisory council with chambers across the state and other entities, and then the regular conversations with TWC. One of the things that we talk about a lot, though, with employers and across the agencies is the employers' needs are changing faster than, in many cases, they anticipated. So we are going to need to work with employers to get better feedback mechanisms for what those changes look like, so that we can work on the pipeline of talent that they're going to be able to fill those positions.
Yeah, I can see where someone new to the area that has 0 employees would be proactive in saying we need training and stuff. But what about all the existing employers?
Yeah.
And how do we
and
kind of
that's
nudge
be
them
a key
to
part. Yeah,
thinking?
That's going to be a key part of it, is that, as we've talked about many times, like, we're not going to achieve our Talent Strong Texas goals only by streamlining pathways from secondary to post-secondary. We've got to reskill and upskill Texans who are already in the workforce and incumbent workers, and so that if we just do kind of marketing and outreach to adults from higher education, that's not going to be a very efficient way to do that. You've got really need to partner closely with employers so you can engage their employees and make sure that they have opportunities to advance in their careers, to advance in their skills.
One thing I would add too is, in our experience at the K-12 side, you sometimes need a translator. You get a bunch of employers that say we like pumpkin pie, and the educators say we have apple pie, and that conversation continues for about 24 months in that fashion. So, our Regional Pathways Network is actually designed to do just that. So you have all three parties sitting down at the table, and they have to sort of learn each other's vocabulary, learn each other's processes, and sort of iteratively, then you result in real substantive change, at least on the K-12 side, and we're starting to see some spillover effects at the higher ed side.
Georgia?
I have a question. First of all, I wanted to commend you guys on making so many great resources for students, especially with the development of this app. I was just wondering when the Tri-Agency Credential Library would be available for students to look at and learn more about.
Actually, that one's, oh gosh, we're well into that at this point. I'd say sometime in the next 6 or 8 months it should be complete and available.
Yeah, and we'll roll out, so this year we'll roll out new advising tools. We're going to start with adult learners, so we'll have adults, veterans, then students who are, higher ed students contemplating transfer, and then secondary students. But that's sort of what the roadmap looks like over the next 12 months or so. So we'll be rolling out more of these tools, and then more continuing to iterate on it as we get a better sense of, where the needs are and what kind of information.
There may be, you may have some interest as well in these career cluster documents that we have produced, because it has wage data linked to individual employment pathways. So even though you're well beyond that, the wage data information is there, sort of organized by path.
Okay, any other questions or comments from the board? Hearing none, I want to thank you very much for this excellent update and presentation. Thank you, Commissioner Morath, Commissioner Keller, and Chairman Daniel. Thank you for being here. Appreciate the update. Excellent. Next, we're going to take a little 10-minute break, so everyone can have a stretch break. So we'll reconvene at 10:42. Thank you. We are ready to begin and continue. Thank you. Okay, now we'll move on to Agenda Item 8, matters relating to the full board. Agenda Item 8A has been postponed and will be heard at a later meeting. Agenda Item 8B is discussion and possible action for the approval of the quarterly committee and board meeting dates. Coordinating Board meets January, April, July, and October of each year, with meetings generally held on the fourth Wednesday and Thursday of each month. Therefore, the proposed meeting dates for 2023 are January 25th through 26th, April 26th through 27th, July 26th through 27th, and October 25th to 26th. Do I have a motion to approve scheduling of future quarterly board meetings on the fourth Wednesday and Thursday of each January, April, July, and October.
So moved. It's Donna.
Motion by Ms. Williams, a second.
I'll second.
Second by Ms. Schwartz. Any discussion?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
I would
Mr.
just
Clemmer.
like to once again appeal for the dates associated with this. I understand the problems we've had in scheduling it, but I would like to be sure that I'm on record as saying that I would like to be sure that the dates have a different opportunity.
Okay. Any discussion, further discussion? Not, we'll call for a vote. Okay. Members, those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no.
I'll abstain. This is Rick Clemmer.
An abstention? Okay. And so the motion passes. Okay, agenda item 8C is an update on building a talent-strong Texas. Melissa Henderson, Associate Commissioner for Strategic Partnerships, will provide this update and will be available for questions. Ms. Henderson.
Good morning. Thank you, Chairman and members. As you heard yesterday, we will give a quick update on the Building a Talent Strong Texas baseline data. Next slide. And again, just a quick refresher on the architecture of the plan. Again, as you heard yesterday, there are 3 pillars: attainment of post-secondary credentials of value, research, development, and innovation. And then, of course, across these, renewing our commitment to equity and making sure that we're disaggregating the data that we are tracking by race, gender, and income. And, of course, it goes without saying that we can't meet these goals without close collaboration with our partners across higher education and public and private sector. So again, a quick reminder on, we'll start with attainment and a quick reminder of the 2 ways that we've expanded this here. Next slide. So in addition to our 60% goal of post-secondary attainment for our 25 to 34-year-old population, and adding the words or other post-secondary credential of value, so broadening the scope of the types of credentials that we want to be able to collect and capture within this goal, we, of course, have also added a 60% attainment goal for our 35 to 64-year-old population, again, with that addition of the language of other post-secondary credential of value. For 2019, we were at 48.2% for our 25 to 34-year-olds. Also for 2019, we were at 47.7% for our 35 to 64-year-olds.
Just to highlight a point from our earlier discussion, so as we stand up the state credential repository, as we collect data on a broader range of credentials from multiple sources, including industry, including private institutions, so then we'll have a clearer idea of where we are. This is our best current estimate that was developed in consultation with Georgetown Center for Education and the Workforce.
So our second pillar, of course, is credentials of value, and we'll talk a little bit about both of those 2 goals. So the first, of course, is completion of credentials of value, and this is really, as the Commissioner has said, the heart of the plan, that we're the first state, again, as you know, in the nation to condition our completion goals on ensuring that the credentials that we are awarding are credentials of value, and that being essentially, are you better off within 10 years relative to a typical high school graduate? So the way that we are thinking about the completion goal is taking into account student investment, net of student aid, taking into account typical earnings associated with that credential, and looking at that against the context of the typical earnings for a high school graduate. And if that credential exceeds that minimum economic threshold, then we are counting all of those graduates for that credential toward the statewide total. Now, again, it's important to remember that as we start to disaggregate this by institution, by program, by student demographics, that's going to look different. And at the statewide level, all of the credentials that we are currently counting, so all of the degrees and certificates that we are currently counting, meet that measure for credential of value and are therefore reflected in this 2019 total of 347,669. And this will also be an important lens as we continue to expand the types of credentials that we are including to make sure that those credentials are also meeting this economic threshold.
So two things to highlight that, both for the board, but also for the audience, because we'll get the question about, well, how are we understanding credential of value? And again, I just want to underline that the idea is to look at typical wages of folks who only hold high school diplomas in Texas, and then we'd look at the typical wages of the credential holders in the Texas labor market, and we'd net out the typical costs to the students of earning those credentials. Are you net positive once we've made that calculation? So that gives an idea, as Melissa mentioned, that sets a minimum value threshold for credentials. So it's a pretty straightforward empirical calculation. Are you above that line? Currently, all of the degree and certificate programs that our institutions award would be above that line. We do see a lot of variance across institution, within institutions, and we see variance by student characteristics, backgrounds. For low-income students, for students, we see variations that correlate with race, that correlate with gender. We will be providing tools in these new data dashboards to be able to, within institutions and also for the public, to be able to see where we are overall, but also to disaggregate that data to break it down so we can get a better sense of where we might need to focus resources. Again, this is the starting point here, and we will continue to build this out. So the 347,600. That's the same fees and certificates that we're currently tracking. As we have more data, that will analyze the value of the other credentials against our Talent Strong Texas goals, and be able to add to that number and have a more accurate representation of where we are.
And I have a question, and I'm trying to get my brain wrapped around this for the last couple of days, but I'm looking at the 2019 for 94%. Goal is 95%. That's 1% difference. Are we, in essence, saying we've already met the goal? I mean, we're like right there.
So that's a great question, and would welcome the commissioners to chime in on this. I think, so while the number looks great, better, I think, than we would have expected at the statewide level, it's going to be important that we're also looking at what that looks like as we start to disaggregate by student demographics and by program. So I think, when we start to look at it in a more granular way, there are certainly gaps within that 94% of who is taking on that unmanageable debt, and making sure that we're keeping a close eye on that and providing support to institutions that the percentage of students with unmanageable debt. Commissioner?
A couple of things I'd want to highlight about that. So first, just to underline the point about there's a lot of variance, as we discussed yesterday. So we will want to provide tools to institutions, like we see in some cases we see disproportionately high numbers of students who have unmanageable high debt are Pell eligible students. That's something you really don't want to see, is students that we know were among our most economically disadvantaged coming in. You don't want to see them completing with debt that would be difficult for them to repay, given the kinds of credentials they're earning. So we'll be providing more resources, more tools for the institutions to be able to drill in, and also in our public dashboards, we'll be able to break it down at the state level. The other thing I want to highlight is that it's pre-pandemic, and so given all the disruptions that we've seen over these past couple of years, I think as our next update will get more what was starting to happen in the heat of the pandemic, and so we know that we've lost ground on some fronts. But the target still remains the target for 95% of our students to be able to complete their undergraduate credentials, either with no debt at all or debt that would be manageable given that kind of credential.
So by next meeting, will you be able to break it down by demographic categories of 94%?
We can.
I'm just curious, I mean,
Yeah, we
because
should
the
be able
average
to.
94,
Yep.
you know, there's not a big gap to play with unless there's a huge disparity in one area. So that's what,
Yeah,
I'd be interested to see where that lies.
So we should be able to provide those breakdowns by the next meeting for the board, both overall and for what it looks like for students who have high debt.
Right.
Will take us on to. So finally, for research and development, we'll touch briefly on those two goals in the baseline data there as well. Next slide. So of course, as you'll remember, we have two goals here, one focused on private and federal research expenditures, with the knowledge those tend to be the more competitive research dollars, and hence our focus there. So our goal there is to increase by $1 billion. So we were at $3.5 billion in the baseline year of 2020, therefore the goal would be to be at $4.5 billion by 2030. And then our second goal around increasing research doctoral graduates, for the baseline year of 2020, we were at 5,458 with a goal of getting to 7,500 annually by
So a couple of things about this target. So first, on bringing back in attention to the research and development mission. So we will increasingly want to highlight the impact of increasing sponsored research. This is federal sponsored research and private sponsored research. Federal sponsored research primarily funds basic research, or most of the basic research ends up being funded by the federal sponsored research, and the private sponsored research is particularly important for the translation of that research into different innovations and technologies and other. So we will be continuing to collect data and want to bring back to the board further discussions about how we better communicate about the importance of these strategic investments in research for the long-term competitiveness of this. The other point on the slide I'd like to highlight is, again, on the production of research documents. This is where it's really important to break it down by field and also by student demographic. We have a lot of room for progress on Hispanic research doctorates, on producing African American faculty pipeline. There's a pipeline of folks who've achieved the highest in their fields, who are going to be leaders, especially in we will be able to provide those breakdowns.
Seems like it'd be beneficial once we have that data to share that with some of our state leadership in D.C. and just kind of tell them there's gaps and stuff, because if a lot of it is coming from federal funding, then it'd be helpful if congressmen and senators were briefed on that.
Yeah, absolutely. We need to get more of our fair share.
Just saying.
So finally, to take us next steps, we are in the process of finalizing the longer form version of the report. Will include methodological information as well as technical documentation. And of course, we'll continue what's been a core aspect of engagement work, continuing to work closely with our institutional leaders and understand and share the our partners in the field. Just
any questions or comments from Ms. Henderson already? Any others?
Real quick, the research. I don't know if we are not involved in one now, so we are federal. Inside the research, there's a lot of basic research that I know a lot of other projects. I know some places have basic research. No way they can get it into bridges and use it. So if any way we can have something that can if certain research that's going to be the have some help that can really do into use provide appointment. That, I don't know to do that, but I think that may be something think about. I don't know if somebody that, that's stuck in the cell. It's a good idea, but just, there's no reach over into development.
So, completely agree with you. I would say upfront. So first, data. Yes. So it's be important. Verification institution. That kind of data is available that we can track. But although we opened the dialogue, conversation yesterday with our higher education about this very issue, that working for the last several months to develop a proposal that support the innovation ecosystems within institutions and so bring back to the board for consideration and how the board that research development innovation of resources, model documents, agreements. There's a lot of work that's been done with college institutions for transfer. When you look at this data, competitive size of our economy, we would be more competitive. Certainly an area that we're enthusiastic about working with the board and with our institutions.
Any other comments, questions for the presentation? Next, agenda item 8D is update on Texas transfer for active affairs and workforce. Elizabeth, Assistant Commissioner for Academic and Health. Item and questions. The Commissioner. Yes.
Thank you, Chairman Fitz, members, Commissioner Keller. Good morning. One thing that has been an emphasis for Keller since he came to the agency has been for us to strengthen our partnership with our primary stakeholders, which are institutions of higher education across the state. We've heard the Commissioner say often that we want to be a partner or an advocate for institutions of higher education across the state. And I think that these two agenda items, an update on transfer and an update on program approval revision that we're doing under Elizabeth Mayer, our Commissioner for Academic and Health Affairs, really great example of engaging with our institutions of higher education across the state, being folks together, both formally and more importantly, informally, but as we start to think through here at the agency, what's the best way for us to make transfer pathways more student friendly, or the next bit that you get from Elizabeth, how do we streamline the program approval process to make it more institution friendly, so there's no duplication of efforts, and that it can be more transparent for institutions to be able to decide when to bring forward not just a degree program for approval, but as a consider as you try and see and push. It's so important to bring many different types of credentials forward to make them available for Texans across the state. With regard to transfer, first talk about we have intention for students who enter colleges. For most students who like to transfer, but the numbers show that we still have very low transfer rates across the state. So this is quite help improve the process to make it seamless,
effort has been focused on revising our current field of study curricula. We have 16 currently defined discipline-specific pathways, have low utilization rates. The effort is how can we increase those utilization rates for those study curricula and reinvigorate, if you will, these transfer pathways. That work is well underway because of the leadership of Commissioner Keller, a lot of effort from agency staff, and with your support, because you adopted the Texas Transfer Framework over a year ago, and that work has been going on under Elizabeth's leadership to get implemented. So I'm happy to be a small part of that, happy to give this introduction and turn it over to Elizabeth Mayer so that she can talk about some of the substantial progress that we are making in implementing our Texas Transfer Framework. Elizabeth.
Thank you, Ray. I appreciate it. Next slide, please. So I know there's new folks who maybe weren't present when we went through the process of revising the rules for transfer, and also we thought it might be helpful to provide some backgrounds that kind of led and provided the momentum for that work. So we wanted to start with Senate Bill 25, which was passed by the 86th Texas Legislature in 2019 and amended various sections of the Texas Education Code. And since its passage, the agency has spent the last few years implementing the various sections. So I'm just going to run through these quickly. So the first is, in order to provide students with a better understanding of what their options are in pursuing their chosen degree programs, SB 25 made some changes to the Apply Texas application. So the application was amended to allow an applicant and the ability to indicate their consent to share their application with another institution if the applicant is denied admission to a particular degree program to apply. And so this application was amended in October of 2019. The second piece is require students to file degree plans earlier than the previous requirement. So rules were passed in January of 2020, and institutions began this requirement in the fall of 2021. So students enrolled in public institutions of higher education are required to file a degree plan upon completion of 30 semester credit hours rather than the previous 45. And high school students taking dual credit are required to file a degree plan upon completion of 15 semester credit hours. The study and report on core curriculum was another provision of SB 25. The coordinating board convened an advisory committee, and the board approved the report and was sent to the legislature in November 2020. Universities and community colleges are required to annually report courses that transfer students took that were not accepted for academic credit towards their major, assuming this did not change their major. So the data for the report was sent in October and then was sent on to the legislature March 1st. Lastly, so each institution is required to develop at least one recommended course sequence for each undergraduate certificate or degree program that's offered. In the fall of 2021, institutions began reporting and publishing the recommended course sequences. All institutions have submitted this data, and we're currently going through the process of reviewing the data that was submitted. And this actually is going to be used to feed a ballot which is in the process of being developed. So, as mentioned earlier, in March 2021, after significant work done by external stakeholder groups and individuals, the board passed revised transfer rules, which implemented the transfer framework. And what we're going to go now is the implementation of what has happened. So I am very excited to say, as of this week, Business Administration and Criminal Justice have been approved and gone through this lengthy process. I'm going to pause because I think the Commissioner wants to say anything about it.
Well, mostly I want to express our deep appreciation to the institute partnered with us throughout in developing what I think is data groundbreaking to this problem. We have a large and diverse state, and how we make our where the flexibility within the institute. There are especially now, with a lot of hard work from faculty, and for anybody who was also right now, I want to say thank you to, again, spearheading the work until the facility.
So right now we're working through sociology and social work. So these subcommittees met earlier in the year. They were approved by DTAC. These will be out for public comment in August. University faculty are not typically this summer. We put a pause to make sure that we had that input from them. So they'll go through the Texas Register in August. The Ecology Subcommittee met in May and will go to DTAC for review and approval at its fall meeting. And I just want to highlight, of the 6 subcommittees that have already met, we've had over 200 faculty from across the state that have participated. I really want to emphasize that point. One of the challenges I think that we heard when we went with the work group is there wasn't buy-in from everybody. So a lot of the effort now is really to allow for the opportunities for faculty to participate. And then for the fall, we're going to be working through biology, education, exercise science, and nursing. And the hope is to have those done late fall and be able to bring those in front of the TTAC by the end of the year so that we will be close to having them finished up. I think this is substantial progress and just excited to end the Commissioner's point, kind of with all the support of the faculty. So we have some other efforts that are going on in first days. One of the things that we're referencing by Mr. Eller is the low usage of the study. So not only are we doing work on the subcommittees, we're also working with some teams internally to get the information out to the students and families as well as institutions. So first of all, the team is working on modules. We are counselors, advisors, educators, and this is everything instrumental for really getting this information on the framework out to our stakeholders. And then secondly, we began working with the communication division and developing a brand and promotion campaign for this important effort. And so I'd like to present to you the name that has been selected for this initiative is Texas Direct. Texas Direct will be used to promote the Texas Transfer Framework, the Direct Transfer Degree, and Texas Transfer Advisory Committee. The name Texas Direct is simple while emphasizing the seamless, efficient, and uninterrupted nature of the student experience. So we'll work on promoting the program in a variety of ways, including robust media strategy, marketing to K-12 counselors and higher ed advisors, including through email marketing, social media, webinars, conferences, and the Texas OnCourse Academy. We also will be marketing to students and families, including through social media, and we'll leverage market research we're doing for their projects to further refine student-facing channels. And lastly, we also want to support our institutional partners as they begin our effort as well. So I'm just going to pause and let the Commissioner add any additional remarks, but I'm just very excited about this effort and all the progress that we've been.
So now we're going to roll out a branded, and so we're very excited about this, appreciative of the institution, and we will also course with picture on how we implement and then build on build 5 as was mentioned. The aim will be for direct transfer degree to be able to be noted on students' diplomas, and we're working with the institution so that we've got buy-in for our students, our advisors, all of our registrar's offices are going to be aware of and able to take advantage. transfer print.
That concludes my remarks.
Thank you very much, and thank you for all the work. Okay. Really can be applicable to your next position, obviously. So you're well positioned for this and did a lot of work along with your team, Elizabeth, and the entire team. I know this, and as Elizabeth mentioned a couple of times, faculty. The people that were involved in this work. It's extensive. It's things that we've been working on for years. High priority for the legislature, for our citizens, for our students. So this is really an example of a tactful change that will make things better. So thank you all for the continued work, and this is just like the beginning. We'll continue to love. Thank you for the update. Members, any questions, comments for Elizabeth?
This lady. Give an update. So,
Oh, yes. Yes. Commissioner and I, in the meetings, been, I had to listen to a few comments, but this is a result of it. This is good. This is fine. Students make a huge difference in higher education.
We're actually excited about being able to go to college.
Exactly. Now we have the results they wanted. It's a continuous process, but it's working very well. So Donna, that's very much to look forward to reporting. Thank you very much. Next, we are item 8 was approved consent. Okay, that was them. We don't have to do anything on that. 8 agenda is an update review and approval. Okay, thank you, Elizabeth. Of approval of revisions. Right, or Elizabeth will be here for this.
Apparently,
not yet. We still have you on the agenda for this item.
However you want to.
I will, because I never give up a chance to say something in front of a microphone. But this program you're about to say was equally important, and I have to go back to the days where I was interviewing with Commissioner about joining the agency for two things in particular that you mentioned were priorities. And the other was to try to make progress on streamlining the approval process for new degree programs, certificate programs, and now and that's what stuff is all about. Again, being stakeholder group, informal. We will do it formally as well. Please go to the register for publication and comment. But we, make great efforts to engage the field informally to get back front with an agency making some decisions on. So with that, Elizabeth.
I'll get us started here. So, just start by to Dr. This is also another very impactful effort that I think this agency is working on. We spent several months actually going through the existing statutes and rules, which did for quite some time with past work for decades. But this effort has really been making for quite some time to work to this initial phase of really focusing on bachelor's. So, and next, I know the Commissioner, I think, went over some of these questions as open remarks you can hear, but I also wanted to point out one thing that we've been trying to focus on as well is the existing rules don't universities and related institutions that are wanting to offer lower digital certificates, short-term credentials. So the intent for the rules to reflect those changes as well. Going through our review process, we found that we had over 15 rules for the different kinds of revisions at an institution, whether it's a program or just administrative change, which is quite the institutions to do what they needed to do on that they can make. So I just wanted to set that out as listed. I think it's really important as a foundational for us moving forward the WICI rule revision. So before, so the first is really, as a consumption, I believe in a civic mark, the certificate approval process that's in line with building a talent strong Texas. So I heard from Melissa and Laura yesterday, from Melissa this morning. It's really important aspect of rule revision. And we also want to align the agency rules and procedures more closely with the statute. We want to support institutional innovation and provide transparency. With COVID-19, there's an acknowledgement that we want to make sure that our rules don't inhibit innovation on the institution's part. We also want to prioritize board on the most meaningful program approval questions, and we want to achieve the policy objective of having a comprehensive catalog of all the credentials. As you all heard from the discussion this morning with the tri-agency group and with the Building a Talent Strong Texas, we really want to have all of the things that the institutions are offering, which we do not currently have. Lastly, this effort is intended to improve the administration of program review and approval with policies and processes that are feasible, efficient, and flexible. It's often, I think, challenging for institutions, particularly institutions that don't necessarily go through these processes very often, to know what the process looks like. And so the intention is we're not only going to potentially revise the rules, but also look at all of our forms and go through that whole process so that there's clarity, transparency for the institution. Next slide, please. So as mentioned, we had stakeholder engagement, as we did with the transfer work. We had individuals from the public, 10 folks participate, and had individuals from universities, the chairs, as well as related institutions. We met several times beginning in March to go over the existing opportunities and challenges that currently is with the program review approval as well. So one of the changes that the business proposals, as I mentioned earlier, right now we primarily have for community colleges in one chapter and the health-related universities in another. The idea now is to have them all in a new chapter 2, so that regardless of the institution you are, you're able to go to chapter 2 to figure out what kind of program approval processes are, and you don't have to you don't have to go through all the rules to figure out where you need to go. Next slide. So the proposed rules, there's a bit of a shift that is in there, which would require all new bachelor's and master's programs with 5-year cost exceeding $2 million, and any new bachelor's or master's program in engineering, those would not necessarily be approved by the board anymore. In addition to that, the proposed rule adds that for requests for a new degree program would initiate a required level change from the accreditor, that would actually be board approved. So that last time, I just want to verify, if you are community college and bringing a bachelor's degree for the first time, that would come to the board for you all. Next slide. So next I'm going to go over the general criteria, and I'm primarily going to focus on the new criteria. And the general criteria in existing rules is need. So is there need for the program, duplication, are there other programs that apply, finances, does the institution have the appropriate financial support to offer the program, and then academic work reporting standards, are they meet those standards to offer the program. So I just want to spend some time on the new criteria. So the comments. So we're going to shift now to considering any new comments by the agency from other institutions. 30 comment periods. Now, institutions do a notice to all the institutions within a 50-mile radius, and then they try to work it out. If they don't, then the commissioner gets involved. We're going to shift now to where after institutions submit a proposal, we will send, the agency will send out an opportunity for institutions to provide comment to us. So that is a bit of a shift. And then the board staff will applicant institutions' request for approval and allow not fewer than 30 days of notice for an institution to provide the comments. And the comments will be in two specific areas that the institutions can provide. The first is on the need. So, and the second is whether the program unnecessarily duplicates programs offered by public, private, or independent institutions in the local community that offer substantially similar programs. Okay, so the cost piece. So whether the program cost is reasonable and provides value for students, and considering the cost of tuition, sources of funding, availability of other similar programs, and the earnings of credentials offered by similar programs in this. And then lastly, a new criteria is really alignment with the building excellence. So this is whether the program and how the program aligns with those objectives. Next slide. So now we're going to provide an overview of the process and approval endpoints. So what would require a notification only, what would require assistant commissioner approval, what would require what would require board approval. Next slide. So the notification only. So this is when the institution of higher ed successfully submits and receives confirmation of its admission to board staff. So these are things that are certificates that currently only require a notification, and possibly any new credentials that are not currently captured by the agency. As we mentioned before, we don't currently collect everything, and I think with the Building Talent Strong Texas, there's really, we can get better of what all the kinds of certificates that institutions are offering or any other credentials. I want to pause and make sure the commissioner doesn't have anything to add. The next please. Okay. So, assistant commissioner approval. So this category of approval will be obtained when an institution requests a new program or an administrative request and has met all those general criteria that went through a few minutes ago. So there are two types of assistant commissioner approval depending on the type of action the institution is requesting. Slide. So the first kind of approval by the assistant commissioner is a regular review. So if an institution is wanting to propose a new bachelor's or master's program, and if the program contains not greater than 50% new content, that would just go through assistant commissioner. Next slide. The second expedited review is for really administrative changes that an institution might make. So if they just want to make a semester credit hour change, they want to change the title of their degree program, they want to change their degree designation, anything like that, that would be through an expedited review process, which we would get through relatively quickly. Next slide. So the timeline for assistant commissioner level approval. So if the assistant commissioner recommends denial of a program or does not take action to approve the program within 6 months, then it will be sent up to the commissioner for his review and or approval. So in essence, if you have either administrative changes or it's a bachelor's or master's program that has 50% less new content, then it would be reviewed and approved within the 6 months. Unless there's a denial, then it would go up to the commissioner. Next slide. Okay, commissioner approval. So this is for any new bachelor's or master's program that contains greater than 50% new content. The review will include a staff recommendation about whether the program meets those general criteria that we went over earlier. Next slide. So the timeline for the commissioner approval. So if the commissioner does not approve or deny the proposal within 9 months, then that proposal is, and it's considered administratively complete, which means that it has all of the necessary material that was submitted for the proposal. The proposal will move to the board for their review and approval. In addition, at the commissioner's sole discretion, the commissioner may elect to require board approval of a proposed program. The board approval must occur not later than 1 year after the institution's application was administratively complete. The administratively complete part is because of the statute. The statute says that we have to approve it before by 1 year of when they submitted it. Next slide. So the commissioner denial. So if the commissioner recommends denial of the program, board staff shall notify the institution and provide 10 business days in which the institution may request in writing final consideration from the board. And if the institution requests final consideration from the board, board staff shall ensure the board considers the request not later than that first anniversary. If the board staff does not receive a request for the board consideration within 10 days, the application is considered withdrawn. Right? Board approval. Okay, so this category would be primarily for new doctoral or professional programs, or that new degree program would initiate a required level change from the accreditor, as I mentioned before, going from a community college offering their first bachelor's program. And this review would require the proposal to be taken to the board not later than that first anniversary, and the approval will include a recommendation from the commissioner about whether the program meets those general, or meets the criteria for approval. Next slide.
Elizabeth, before we move on.
Sure.
The two approvals that we are looking at this morning, the two DSW degrees, they would fall in that. Okay.
So the timeline for board approval, it's really that 1 year you have from when we've received the proposal. So if the board fails to approve or deny the program, it's automatically approved. Slide. Intent to plan. So prior to initiating the planning process for a new degree program, the institution proposing a new degree would provide a notification to the coordinating board of its intent to plan. So something that we have included in the proposed rules is, yes, the institution would have to provide this intent to plan, but one thing that we think would likely be helpful for a lot of the institution is to provide that labor market information and give them a sense of, is this needed, as well as any relevant information for planning the program, including the number of similar programs that are in the area. And doctoral and professional programs will be required to submit the intent to plan 1 year prior to submitting the new doctoral professional degree. Next slide. So lastly, the new baccalaureate programs at community colleges. So if the bachelor's degree will be the institution's first degree, that will come to the board. And then if it's not the first degree, the breakdown that exists for universities and health-related institutions would also follow. So if the proposed degree contains 50% or less new content, then it would be subject to assistant commissioner approval. If the proposed program contains more than 50%, then the proposal would be subject to commissioner level. Slide. So next steps. So the rules were posted to the Texas Register last Friday, which is very exciting, and we're looking forward to receiving comments from our partner institutions and seeing how these rules will impact them positively, negatively, all of the ways. I've told them if they have positive things to please be sure to let us know those as well. And comments will be reviewed by board staff. And then at this time, the proposed rules and responses to comments will be presented at the October board meeting. And that concludes my update on this item, and happy to answer any questions or if Ray or the commissioner has anything else to add.
So, Ms. Mayor, October is when we'll get the results. So when would this take effect or come before the board?
So we're giving ourselves a little bit of time to do this implementation, because as I mentioned, we're going to have to redo all of the forms, and the institutions will have to revise their processes. So the proposed rules has an implementation date of the intent to plan, I believe, June, and then September is when the new process is for actual revision of how we operate.
2023.
Yes, of 2023.
Right. So if anybody wants to do a proposal now, we're still under, they don't have to.
Correct.
Obviously don't go
Correct.
into this.
Correct.
Back.
Because these are significant changes, and I think there was an
No,
understanding.
I agree.
Yeah.
I think, first of all, I know the Commissioner and I have been discussing this and the board for a while. And, you know, sometimes the Commissioner and I and some board members get questions like, why has the coordinating board done this? You know, the thing is, we have rules and we have guidelines and statutes we need to follow. We want to improve processes. Be very, very open about what we do. So sometimes we get calls on, coordinating board changed this or that, but they have opportunities, and this is an opportunity well in advance. So that's why I brought up the fact about it wouldn't implement. If it did get positive approval by this board, it would be time for implementation, and the institutions and anyone interested have time to plan and organize their programs. So, you know, I think it's an incumbent also of the institutions and their folks to make sure to understand this is the time for them to, like you're saying, chime in, right? And to be able to do that, because this could impact and make changes to a lot of folks. I think it's important for us to upgrade and keep up our proposals so we don't just pick and choose. We need to, you know, improve our systems. So I think that's very important to everybody to understand, because institutions sometimes feel like, oh, why did the coordinating board change this? Why are you doing this or doing that? It's an open process where people can now understand what the proposals. We want to improve the processes. We want to be friendly and user-friendly and be able to let everybody know the ground rules, which is what the coordinating board does. We're established to coordinate higher education efforts, and we want input. And so this is the time for that when we make policy changes, processes to improve the system. And I want everybody to realize that this is the time to do that. Right now, currently, if somebody wants to do a program like a professional school, they still have to let us know a year in advance, correct? That's not a change on that. So the other intricacies are what people need to really look at. Ray, were you going to say something?
Well, I was going to just amplify what you said, Mr. Chairman, and that is that the program approval process is a statutory obligation of this agency. And so what we're trying to do, and has been for quite some time, so what we're trying to do is take this process that right now is really somewhat piecemeal for institutions, because some of it may be defined in our administrative code, in our rules, but then some of it is perhaps in policy that you have to go searching for on our website. And what we're trying to do, among other things, is to streamline this, and as Elizabeth has said, put all of this into one chapter in the administrative code and make it easy for institutions to know what they have to do from our agency's perspective to be able to put forth a new bachelor's, master's, or degree or doctoral professional degree program, because they also have obligations for their accreditor. Right now, most institutions, all for this region, are SAC-COC institutions. That could change because of some changes to regional accreditation that the federal government has made. But institutions have to meet those obligations as well. We ought to be streamlining the process to make it as easy as possible, and that's really what the intent is behind this effort. But it is a statutory obligation for this agency, and we want to make it as easy for institutions to follow as possible. And to answer your other question, right now the timeline is to bring this for you all for presentation for you to decide yes or no, so your approval in October. And so that's where we're headed right now, is that the comment period's going on. Obviously, this is subject to the Commissioner's discretion, but our timeline right now would be to present this package to you, this rule packet to you for your decision-making in the October board meeting.
So do we have, I guess, Nicole, do we have the ability to make all these changes within our current statutory approval? Or do we need to go back and...
Yes, Mr. Wilson, that's a great question. So we've actually moved toward better statutory alignment. So, that's one of the things that I look for before I certify the rules to the register, is that we're acting within our current authority. If there are desires to make additional changes in a different direction, that may be something we could go to the legislature going forward, but we've tried to, stay in our.
So this pretty much keeps us in our lane.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So for those watching, this is Nicole Bunker Henderson, our general counsel. I noticed they didn't bring your little name tag up, but you were called up for the question. But other questions or comments from the board? Ms. Schwartz?
I do. I have a question about the timelines. I think as board members, we're not really familiar with the sausage making. So if I see you file a letter, the intent letter, and then you have a year to plan, and then you submit your application, and it's complete, and then we have 1 year to approve a complete application. Is that just an outer time limit? Is that how long it actually takes us? Would the data modernization initiative help streamline or reduce the time, or what's happening?
For doctoral and professional programs, it typically just takes that long. For bachelor's and master's programs, it can be faster. But for the doctoral process, we have a pretty lengthy review because we get a desk review, so we have to find somebody in the discipline to do a desk review. Then we have a site visit that's conducted. So it had been in person before COVID, and then it had moved to virtual. We will see how that's going to go moving forward. Some of them have been kind of innovative in how they've done the virtual ones. But because of all of the steps that are required in contracting with external folks to do the desk review, because they have to be out of state as well. So just that process just takes a while.
Okay, that helps.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that happens. That's a good question, Emma, because when I was chair for many years of the cause committee, there's a lot of detail that goes in, and all that happens in the second year, correct, of the application. So we've gone through this. Board has several medical schools since I've been on the board, at least 3, a vet school, a dental school, and so all that happens, the process. So a year, the doctoral and master's of doctor, especially when you're going to do a new institution, and that comes up a lot. A new program in a current system or current institution, they have to let us know in a year in advance. They organize the information, the data, the needs, like Elizabeth presented, and then the second year, there's site visits, and there's got to be people from all over that particular realm of the profession or business or school that's doing it. So all that takes time, and organizing with the staff. And the due diligence is, so to answer your question, it could take probably 2 years to do a doctoral program. Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's just a lot that we're looking at too. Like we look at the faculty credentials, we look, and it's not only people that are doing the site visit are out of state. They have to be from a top-rated program. So finding folks that are willing to do that is also sometimes challenging, depending on the discipline. If it's a new discipline, things like that. So there's just a lot that goes into that, and just with the volume that we have.
I've been part of that, of the details of that, and it is very specific. And you're exactly right. I think we're seen as the experts, the coordinating board and the staff, to be able to put that together. And just finding people within the expertise of certain areas is not as easy as it sounds.
Right.
And organizing their schedules. So it's as you all know, it's a lot of detail, but the coordinating board and the staff does a really good job of making sure that that's ready before it comes to the board level. It's a good process, and you've got a good point. I know the institutions and some of the programs say, well, why can't y'all do it faster? Well, it's not quite that easy because we have to do the due diligence, and we have to provide the qualities there, and we have to provide the faculty, like she says, and the leadership, and then you have to deal with the regents and all. And there's a lot of approval processes that go into the program. So that's a good question. That's kind of like inside baseball or behind the scenes, but all that happens to get to the board level. That's very detailed work. So I do appreciate. And then, Commissioner, thank you again for bringing this up because we wanted to do this for a while. And this is a lot of work, but this will, like Ray said, it'll streamline the work for the staff, the coordinating board, when it gets to our level. But anytime the board has questions, by the way, Elizabeth and our new assistant commissioner in this area will also be happy to answer any questions that any of you have if you want to take a deep dive into that. And I've done that, and I've learned a lot from that process. Mr. Torn.
So, I commend you on your efforts. I think it will make for a more efficient process. It will help some of these folks that have to travel great distances sometimes. It will help us concentrate on things that we're able to give valuable input in. Question is, I have no difficulty with this process given our current commissioner and the current staff and the current collaborative environment which exists between the Higher Education Board and the institutions. Commissioners change, staff changes. Are we comfortable that in any environment this is the proper way to go, and doesn't, I guess my specific question is, does it put too much power, bureaucracy level, with not enough oversight by the board?
You first.
Who are you directing
You
your
first.
question to, the panel?
Yeah.
Are you directing it to the panel?
And
you
I can jump in since it's, I mean, I think, Mr. Torn, really what you're asking is a board governance issue and a statutory authority issue, right? So under your statute, all of this authority is vested with the board, but given the limited time and the vast volume of programs, you know, there has to be some filtering before the programs get to you, or you wouldn't be able to do your camp anymore, right? Because you would just be doing program approvals all day. So what we have tried to do, because I think it is a valid and important question about governance and the power of state government. So what we have tried to do is any of the delegations, right, downward, so from the commissioner who you have authority to delegate down to via your statute, down to the assistant commissioner level, is to be very specific about what they are looking for and what criteria are to be applied in the approval. So that is essentially right now how you, as the board, are maintaining control over the process, is by saying, yes, we agree that these are the criteria that we want you to use. And then also there is, you know, these time frames. So if they don't get approved on time, right, they come up to the board level. So at any given time, the board is always in a position of knowing what criteria staff are supposed to do, and we've had internal conversations about making it very transparent on the ones that come to the board, to show, like, here's why if the commissioner does not recommend a program to you, for example, like, here's why I do not recommend that program to you, so that you can really see and the institution can see where in the discretion they think that there's an issue. It is always within this board's authority and power and prerogative to revise the rules. So if at any point the board members feel like this process is not working, or you're getting feedback from the institutions that says, you know, we think that the way this is coming through is not aligned with the board's values or the board's preferences, that's something we can go back and we can amend the rules, and we can change how that comes forward to you, so that the board members who are here, whatever board that composition we have, is always comfortable with how the staff is acting.
Yes, Ms. Williams.
My question around the new board proposed rules around cost, that if it was reasonable. In our rulemaking, are we determining what is reasonable? Elaborate on costs, on the cost.
So I think we just want to make sure that, to the Building a Talent Strong Texas, you know, looking at that debt piece, so making sure it's reasonable for the student. You know, is it a program of value, and things like that, and making sure that the student is not going to be in a bad position if they go through that kind of program.
How often is a degree request denied?
So I'll jump in on that one real quick. Elizabeth and her team would have, you know, a more direct answer, Mr. Torn, but I would say that this is a process that we, again, certainly under Commissioner Keller's leadership at this agency, is one where we try to live the commitment we've made in partnership with the institutions, right? So there have been, I've been with the agency 2.5 years, and I know that there have been proposals that have come in for institutions where we've had, after looking at it, doing a desk review, sometimes after actually getting the site review, where concerns pop up. And instead of us, saying, well, we're going to take it to the board and you're just going to get rejected, our role should be, here are the things that we've identified that may be weaknesses. Do you want to go ahead and pull this one back, come back to us in another year or 6 or 8 months, once you've addressed these concerns, and then we can revisit it. So there's not a great answer to your question, because we really don't want to say we've had 10 rejections and we're proud of this, because that's not doing our job as an agency. We really ought to be working with the institutions to get them what they need, but to make this a real partnership and to say, here are the weaknesses we've identified, come back and bring us this proposal again in the future.
So ultimately, never?
Well, I hope that never would be an answer, but you all might have proposals. I don't think it's happened since I've been here, but you all might have a professional degree program or something where you all decide as a board it's not time for different reasons. But from a staff level perspective, I think it ought to be much more deliberative or much more cooperative in that way.
Sure.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to get a context.
Yes, sir.
And so that's a good point. I think when Elizabeth did her presentation, there are withdrawals, and so that we could keep maybe a list of withdrawals and to see what the staff is doing in terms of that. Might be something to be.
And we have had that happen a number of times. So I think ideally we would have zero formal denials, and there are implications if there's a formal denial where the institution isn't able to bring another proposal a year once they have a formal denial.
Yeah, so in the revised rule, Mr. Torn, to address your earlier question and dovetailing with this question, essentially if the assistant commissioner proposes to deny, then that's automatically going to go to the commissioner. If the commissioner proposes to deny, then the program can bring that to the board. Essentially, it's more of they can decide whether to withdraw or to bring it to the board. But if the board denies, it would be, you would have to wait a year to bring the program back to ensure that it meets the criteria.
Another place that, we're hoping to avoid folks getting all the way down the road and then having a formal denial is in these intent to plan. So, where we do have incredibly rich data especially on labor market needs and outcomes and that kind of thing. So Elizabeth alluded to it earlier, but the idea is institutions that submit their intent to plan and we reflect data back to the institution. That's an important input. And so if there's going to be a denial and everything works as it should be the provost who's denying this, or the system office is denying it. It shouldn't get all the way through the process where an institution is signed off, a system office is signed off, and then the coordinating board ends up being sort of the fail-safe. At the end of the day, we want to support those processes so they can have better internal governance and make better decisions within the institutions.
So, Sam, that's a good point. Again, Commissioner, you're right. So regents get proposals in their meetings about programs, professional schools before you get. It's a process. They can intent before then, but they have, like the commissioner says, their provost, their people have to sign off at that level, and then the board of regents, and So, that's probably the best explanation. Right? Other comments? Yes, Mr. Wilson.
The general criteria, I'm concerned about if we change the criteria from duplication to reasonable cost, meaning that the debt piece is okay. Are we opening the floodgates for, if we change that standard, what's to keep major systems from opening up programs everywhere in small areas, and what's to keep small areas from expanding into metropolitan areas in order to where there's more of a bigger market?
I just want to make sure I understand. Are you so the duplication piece is still staying? So it's not I know that it was in a table on the form, or on the PowerPoint,
I
but
thought we were changing one
no,
or the
it's an addition. So we're keeping the existing, that's staying, and then in addition, we're adding those other criteria.
Got it, okay. That's better.
Yeah, we're not deleting.
Yeah, I was
we're
just
not
worried
deleting.
that
No,
we would,
sir.
that the staff would be flooded with thousands of new new programs, to do it.
Mr. Wilson, the statute actually requires us to assess need and duplication. And so that criteria will stay in there. That'll still be part of what we take a look at.
Good, and then if we implement all these rule changes of the 9 programs we're reviewing today, would any of those not be?
The engineering ones would not necessarily be coming to you unless they're doctoral level.
So they're
So we
all,
have-
most of them are engineering,
So
right?
Doctor of Social Work, both of those you all would hear, but the Bachelor of Texas A&M's proposal for the Bachelor of Science in Data Engineering, that wouldn't necessarily come, nor would the Master of Science in Engineering or the Bachelor of Science in Resource and Energy Engineering, Computer Engineering, Biomedical Engineering, Aerospace, or Computer.
So more than half of them we would.
So then the question becomes today, a couple of members told me, well, it's engineering meeting day. Is there any particular, it's just the way they come, or just coincidental that it's engineering and not?
It's just coincidental.
Okay.
I'm not saying we don't need more engineers.
Right. And they would just go through that streamlined process. So they just wouldn't have to come before the board.
Right.
They would still submit their proposal.
Yeah, if it's a doctoral level program, then that's still going to be a board decision.
Right.
Any professional degree program will be a board decision. And quite frankly, I think we built in discretion for the commissioner to kick up anything that the commissioner feels really should come to the full board's attention.
Yeah, and also, I also, as chair, even before I was the chair, because I have a big passion for this and programs, so I watch it very carefully. I weekly get a report, probably some of the staff things, looking very carefully at it, but I am, whether it's any program, not just masters or doctorates. So I keep close tabs, and it's a long list, and I appreciate the work that the staff is doing on that, because it takes a lot of hours and a lot of work. So, of course, I see the titles. I even see when systems, whether it's the big ones, the large ones, all of them, where they want to change any major change or any change at all, and plus any additional programs. So I quickly go through the list, and if there's anything else that been out there working at the staff level.
In this process, is it possible for us to, approval of these when we get to that, having that approval that we revisit this annually as a board, as a standing?
Well, as Nicole, our general counsel, said, we have that ability to do that if we want, or change it, or.
Well, I was thinking not to where we have to react and to where we get to visit on it every year, notwithstanding.
Yeah, just realize that if we do that, we've got to change. If we make any changes, we've got to go through this whole process again, and then it's going to take go through the register, and then you're going to have to. Timing may stretch out, but it's a possibility. It's whatever this board wants to do. Like
I agree with
said.
welcome. Yeah. So part of the intent behind the proposal is to have the board. So, for example, like one of the proposals in their presentation, they mentioned that they don't have any new faculty for the program. It's a really pretty minor change. So as opposed to, even though it's a new program for the institution. So part of the intent is to sort of refocus for the board on the more strategic, like if you're making a level change, if you're standing up a new doctoral or professional program. One of the things just put out there for consideration is like you do for transfer, where we have a standing item, where we provide updates across a number of different issues. You might consider having a standing item that's more of kind of a strategic report on here's what's in the pipeline, here's what we're seeing on intent to plan, here's what we've seen because part of the problem, from our perspective, part of the problem is around these different proposals, or say take the maps about here's where these programs are. You're trying to put that in a broader context that you just don't have a good clear line of sight to. So I might recommend that Not that you not revisit the rules, you can revisit the rules however you want, but if we can do a better job of presenting, here's the bigger picture, here's what we're seeing coming, here's what's in the process, here's what we're recommending for approval, here's how that sits relative to the kind of data we were talking about with what's happening in our job markets, that kind of thing.
I think that'd be great and very helpful, but there's also some really creative programs sometimes probably worth highlighting, like the,
Yeah, and those may be, I leave to the commissioner, but maybe those are the ones that we would kick up just because of their innovation space.
And then lastly, the 1-year rule, if we haven't, responded as deemed approved, should we not have it the reverse of that?
That's in this statute. That would require.
Have it go to the board? Can we vote that it go to the board?
I'm gonna let our general counsel answer, but I think it would require legislative change.
I'm sorry, Mr. Wilson. So the statute says if anything that has not been acted on within 1 year is automatically approved. And so the way the rules are now, the commissioner has given himself only 9 months to approve a program. So that will come to, if for some reason the commissioner has not acted on that program, that will have to be brought to the board within the 1 year for you to consider it.
Oh, it will, okay, so
Yes,
we'll
sir.
see it. It's not deemed approved.
Right, because the commissioner has limited him, the way these rules are drafted, there's a limitation on the commissioner.
As long as we would see it before
That's,
yes, that's how it's designed.
yes.
Good, okay. Mr. Torn said that if I hadn't heard from him by Tuesday, I bought his horse, so I wanted to make sure that.
Dr. Wong?
Yes, I do agree with streamlining the process, and we don't have to, listen to all the program 2 times, 3 times. So whatever this recommending, I think I'm okay with that. But related to Mr. Tong's question about a staff approval, and we do have a responsibility as a board to approve our new program. Actually, that's our responsibility. So I do suggest maybe we'll think about, for all the staff approved program, they have to put it on the consent agenda. At least the board will know that they approve it, and we don't have to listen to the presentations anymore. We just agree with the staff. Well, on one hand, on the other hand, the board member do have authority. They can pull out any item they can discuss, and we can revisit it again if we want to. But we don't need to do all this every single time. So I think that will balance the fact that, the staff has a lot of authority versus the board, actually, our fiduciary responsibility of approving all program. So it's just to kind of balance it up, but put it on the consent agenda so we all know about that, and then we go about it. So that's my recommendation. But we can think about that, the staff can think about that to see if it's a good balance for what Mr. Tong's question, basically.
Any other comments or questions at this time?
I have a question about the old rules. I know I'm the new kid on the block, but is there any specific reason why engineering was kind of put in its own box?
None that I am aware of.
If we were going to do what Wong insinuated, that disrupt what's already been done?
So I think if we were going to implement the system that Dr. Wong is referring to, we would want to go ahead and make that revision at the adoption, which I think is within the board's authority to do. So we could, and I'm not sure, and any of you can speak to me or offline, and we can kind of hash out how that would look. To potentially bring a motion, right, to amend the rule that way at the adoption. But I think we just have to be clear about whether that applies to all the commissioner-approved programs and the assistant commissioners, and then we would put something referencing that process into the rule draft at adoption so that the board would then be approving everything that was happening at whatever level, whether it's at the commissioner level or at the staff level.
And if I can just add that some of these changes that come up are non-substantive changes, and part of the reason to streamline is not just for the sake of the process, but to also be timely back to the institutions. So I would just offer that for consideration, right? If these are changes to what we call a SIP code, an inventory code for a program. Do we want to wait till your next board meeting to get it on your consent calendar? Would you not want us to be more efficient and timely in the response back to the institution?
I think we're using the current system, like today, all engineering program will be on the consent agenda. They don't even need to come. We approve it and done. So like today, we just have to use the new rules. So there will be 4 or 5 programs that is a consent agenda, and you have just a few programs. So use the current rules that we are very comfortable with. Yeah.
So you're saying you use the current rules? You're comfortable?
For consent. So that will streamline exactly what the staff want anyway.
Their concern is that they don't want to, if we have to delay for quarterly meetings to approve, non-material things. So is there a way to grade it above, maybe commissioner level?
Sure, yes. So I can, the substantive changes, and non-substantive changes are in a separate section of the revised rules. So one of the, revisions we made, suggested is to bring things that were subject to original board approval back to the board, as a substantive change. So that was not a clear, previously it was not clear if the board approved something and then they want to change that later, who has authority to change that? So we've just said if the board approved that as part of it, you have to come back, you have to bring that back to the board. The non-substantive changes are in a different section of the rule than the approvals. So I think, to your point, Mr. Wilson, we can handle the revisions to the programs separately from the approvals to the programs. That is easily done. I also think then we just need a little bit more direction, to Dr. Wong's point, like, are you really just talking about the things that are coming to the board now? So that's the engineering programs and the over $2 million. So that's actually like a little teeny tiny bit, right, of what's going through assistant commissioner approval. So if what you're really saying is like you want to look at everything that's subject to staff approval, that'll just be a pretty different list, I think, than just moving engineering.
I think you're just saying whatever we have today, we want to at least have that on the list, or not.
So that's just engineering and over $2 million. That's the only change for that.
Right. And is that, do you just want a notification, or do you want it to be on consent for some kind of approval? As opposed to a notification that once the staff would approve it, then the institution could move forward with it?
I think right now they are waiting for the board approval anyway, so we may as well put on the consent agenda for us to look at and approve it. Meet all the criteria, right?
But if it's just a small percentage, you're not talking about a...
Are we just talking about the engineering and the over $2 million?
Yeah.
Basically just carving that back in and putting it on consent is the proposal? Because, for example, there's all kinds of, the engineering we never really got to the bottom of, I think, how that
but we don't know where that came
board
from.
approval versus, yeah. So, I mean, we can, of course we can do that. That's no problem at all. I just want to make sure we're clear about what you all want to come back on a consent item.
Yeah, it would flag the arbitrariness of the $2 million cost threshold too. So, and institutions have figured out, so we do get proposals that are 1,995 the estimated cost, and so the $2 million threshold is pretty arbitrary and probably outdated now too. But engineering does seem pretty arbitrary. So there could be a number of different approaches. I mean, if the board was interested in we could put on the consent agenda all of the degree programs and master's programs, at least that are subject to commissioner's approval. I would flag that, especially the things that going through assistant commissioner approval, a lot of those are really non-substantive. Change the name of a program or how many hours are in a program or something, and I wouldn't see any policy reason to delay being able to approve those.
That's not my intention anyway.
Yeah.
No, definitely not. So maybe the staff can recommend just whatever the commission approval program, put it on the consent. Maybe that's...
We can do it whatever cut point the board is comfortable with, that's an easy addition to the process, and I think an easy addition to the rules. So it's really just a matter of comfort level, what you all would like to see come through, or have the opportunity to see, rather.
What if it's informational only and not approval? Just here are all the things that have been approved, just so that we have awareness of, even the, if we wanted, even the small changes, just to understand, oh, there's a trend towards changing
so
names.
maybe that's a good point. Maybe the report I asked for, because just as an individual member several years ago, as the report that I get from the staff has all those changes, all the proposals, all the changes, and you will see I have in several years, I've never questioned anything, but I'm aware of what's going on. And I could question anything that I wanted, or we all could question anything we wanted. That staff member, that's.
And if it's informational only, we're not delaying any processes. No, it's not waiting for approval that might take 2 extra months. But we'll just.
Right, and what we
I like
saw
that.
yesterday is that, what we saw yesterday, especially in engineering, it's getting more and more specialized. So I feel, especially in the bachelor's realm, so I feel like you're going to see more and more programs through engineering. And if it's delaying the programs, less students are going to be able to sign up for them in time. So maybe making them information only will be able to go on the road.
So what I'm hearing is there's a desire to have like a program approval report, kind of similar to how we do the contracts and grants, but an information-only item that and then if you all want to put that on consent, we can put it on consent. If you want to call Elizabeth to have her discuss any of those programs or answer questions, we can do that as well, if that's the direction you're interested in.
I don't think it'd be a mandatory, you have to present the whole program, et cetera, but more of an ad hoc if someone.
Right, Elizabeth would be available to answer questions about any of the programs.
Right.
First of all, I don't think the board or a bunch of political appointees we don't need to be jumping into water that we don't know anything about. I want to save the institutions a lot of effort, and I want to be timely. But I still think we have a responsibility. I'm willing to go with, I think Emma's suggestion is a good suggestion, but I personally think that Dr. Wong made a good point in that we do have a responsibility. And right now we're exercising that responsibility at a certain level, but that if timeliness at this level that we're talking about is not that big of an issue, if it's not the critical issue, the extra 2 months or 1 month or whatever, I think approval by consent, to me, makes me more comfortable that we're exercising our responsibility in all climates, now and will change.
So I think just where we are procedurally is this is just a discussion item, and this is going to come before you for the approval at the adoption at the October meeting. But I am happy to receive input from any member about a motion to amend those rules at adoption, or to obviously to discuss any, you can discuss with Elizabeth or Ray's successor, how you would like any of the programmatic side or reporting implemented.
The best way is for the staff to kind of, based on the new rules and advise us, is this a commissioner-approved program need to be in consent or things like that nature. The bottom line is we want to continue what we are doing. Like today, with new rules, that certain program will be on the consent, certain program will be in presentation. So we want to keep this so that we can have approval for all of them, basically. I'm with Sam, actually. We have a responsibility to approve those programs. So we don't want to miss those approval process, but at the same time, we want to streamline it as well, so we don't need them to come on to make a presentation anymore because it's on the consent. We're going to approve anyway, but still allow the board member to to have an opportunity. If they can pull any item out, then we can discuss further. So that is a balance act. But in terms of which line is it, what my bottom line is, I want to use the current system. Whatever. I don't know what's the detail in terms of why you bring this engineering program in, and that's the other program you don't bring on board. There's certain criteria that you're using. I'm fine with that. I mean, I'm fine with that, but I don't know exactly what that is. So the staff can recommend, okay, based on the new rules, actually, the commissioner approved program is match what we have been doing. So those programs need to be, if it's in the future a commissioner approve it, we put it on the consent so that the board member will know. So we kind of balancing it up with following what we are doing. What we're doing, very comfortable, but we want to streamline it as well. At the same time, also we want to retain that approval process. I think that's kind of like the essence of it.
Well, first of all, from the history, not everything that's come up before the board is always automatically approved. So there have been some very, I would say, controversial decisions and split decisions by this board in the past. So we've got to make that assumption that we're a governing body that has to look at all the data and the information and make informative decisions. So it's not been a 9-0 decision every time. So realize that, number one. Number two, the current system, there have been no issues that I'm aware of over the last years. But we want to revisit these issues because we want to streamline. You're correct. I will tell you that it'll be a lot of time and effort, to be able to look at every single program and micromanage, which I don't like to do personally. And as Sam said, that's not really our position, in my opinion. But we're supposed to govern, and there's a difference. Right now, any board member can have any information they want by contacting the commissioner, the deputy commissioners, our general counsel, our staff. So it's there. So it's just a matter of how we, as individual board members or as a group, really collaboratively want to have that information. And as our general counsel said, Nicole, I mean, there's a lot of information, that we can really take a deep dive in. And how you want to do that, you're privy to that, do that. You have that ability to do that. But once you get every single program, you will see it's a lot of work that they do. And if you want to see all that information, that's available to us. Now, if you want to have everything, see everything, whether informational or consent, that's important because we do want to know, and it is our responsibility to know what's going on and approve these programs. We have pretty much delegated the staff with their expertise. As Sam has said, I agree with him. This is not our area of business or expertise in this area, and so we depend on our staff and their work and their responsibilities to present to us. I personally feel comfortable with the staff and what they're doing because I can call up, and I advise, again, everybody to do that. But if you feel more comfortable, wanting to see everything on the consent calendar, we can do that. I personally like the fact that I hear from representatives from institutions at the master's and doctoral level, and because I get more information every time we visit with these folks. In order for them to show up and to present their case in terms of why their programs are going to improve higher education in the state. So, it's just a matter of us as a board. What do we want? What do we want the staff to present to us? That's the way I see it.
I don't think we're trying to increase that list above what we're already seeing. So we're not talking about getting in the weeds on every program they've dealt with. I think we're just talking about, here are the rules today, we're changing the rules.
Right.
What falls off the table is a result of this rule change. We just want to see that list on a consent. And then if somebody has a question, they can pull it out and ask questions, but otherwise it doesn't really.
I think that's
I think that's the idea, right?
I think that's
not to increase staff's work.
That's why I said.
No, I appreciate that because I think that's important, and that's very manageable. Staff, right? What are your thoughts on that? Putting it on the consent that are approved from the.
So we could do that, or we could do that with a subset of the commissioner approved programs. I was going to say we'll have between now and then the board you might want to consider, Mr. Chairman, either having a subcommittee work with us as we could help prepare potential amendments or even a couple of different options. Also, the board retreat. There could be an opportunity to dig a little deeper on kind of how the board's thinking about its governance on this and some other fronts.
I think that's a great idea, a good agenda item for the board retreat, early September. I think this is a very important topic, so I think this is an important discussion, governance and moving forward and policies in these changes. As I said earlier, as we continue to streamline and improve things. Any other questions or comments? If not, it's now 12:19, so I want to go to thank you very much, Deputy Commissioner Ray Martinez, and thank you, Elizabeth Mayer. I want to take the lunch break now for 30 minutes. It's now 12:19, and so we'll go to agenda item 10, and we'll reconvene after lunch at 12:50. 12:50, 30 minutes.
Hi, Ernest, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, thanks. Is it sounding good now?
It is, were you guys able to reconnect or reestablish the connection for the boardroom?
Yeah, let me just go around the podium microphones and we'll test each one if you don't mind.
Okay.
Podium 1. Do you hear me? Ernest, do you hear me?
Yes, I do. Sorry, I had to turn off the broadcast because I was getting the audio from the live stream. Go ahead.
Okay. This is the second one. Do you hear this one?
I do.
Test microphone 3.
Sounds good.
Test 4.
Try that one again.
Test 4.
Sounds good.
Test 5.
That one's a little hot, but it sounds good.
Test 6.
Sounds good.
Test 7.
Try that one again.
Test 7.
Sounds good.
Presentation table 1.
Okay.
Presentation 2.
Good.
Presentation 3.
Good.
Presentation 4.
All good.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Ernest. Much appreciated.
You're welcome. Yeah, the sound got better after a while, so I'm not sure if it was just a network issue or what was going on, but it was cracking and yeah, so it's better.
Okay, much appreciated. Thank you very much for your assistance.
You're welcome. I'll be online if you need me.
We are now back in session. It's 12:52, and so at the request of some institutions that have travel plans, we are going to go to item 11, matters relating to the cause. Agenda item 11 is matters relating to the Committee on Academic and Workforce Success, chaired by Donna Williams. Yes.
All right, thank you. I am going to go through my regular agenda, and then for the 4 institutions that have to travel, I'm going to ask you guys to come up first, and then I'll go back to, I believe Sayola is the first one on the list. I'm going to put 4 folks in front of you, okay? All righty. Good afternoon. During the Committee on Academic and Workforce meeting yesterday, the committee approved the following items: minutes from the April 27th meeting, a report on school closures and teach-outs pursuant to Board Rule 7.76, January 2022 annual compliance report for institutions under a certificate of authorizations, names beginning with A through O, a request from Sayola, Inc. for its first certificate of authority to grant degrees in Texas, distribution of funds trusted to the coordinating board to support family practice residency programs for fiscal year 2023, a report on effectiveness of the Open Educational Resources Grant Program, the report on the fiscal year 2022 annual review of the Autism Grant Program, the report relating to the feasibility of establishing a religious studies program at Texas State University, the appointment of members to the Learning Technology Advisory Committee, the Workforce Educational Course Manual Advisory Committee, the Certification Advisory Council, the Applied Texas Advisory Committee, the Academic Course Guide Manual, and the Texas Transfer Advisory Committee. And we have 9 requests for new degree programs. Also, the committee also heard reports on the Family Practice Residency Advisory Committee, the Learning Technology Advisory Committee, and the total research expenditures. Agenda items 11B through D, 11F through N were approved on consent. Next we're going to take up agenda item 06, and that is the consideration and possible action to approve the request from the University of Texas at El Paso for a Bachelor's of Science in Computer Engineering. So Mr. McGarry, Dr. McGarry, and Dr. Vigilado Gonzalez, and Dr. Miguel Valdez Reyes, would you please come to the Elizabeth Mayer is going to present this item.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
So this is the University of Texas at El Paso's proposal for a Bachelor of Science degree with a major in computer engineering. I went through the details yesterday. I'm just going to give you a couple high points. So the proposed program would be housed in the Department of Electrical and Computer Engineering and would consist of 128 semester credit hours. In accordance with the institution's proposed hiring schedule, UTEP would hire 1 new core faculty member in each of years 1, 2, and 4 of the program. And I'm happy to provide any additional details you all want, but as I mentioned, we went through this in detail yesterday.
And I will start with Dr. Michael McGarry, and he is the Associate Professor of Electrical and Computer Engineering Department.
Good afternoon, everyone. So if this program is approved, we have many students in our department that are interested in computer engineering, and they would otherwise pursue the concentration in computer engineering as part of our BS in electrical engineering. Programs approved, they'll have a focused degree plan that was designed to cover the IEEE ACM computer engineering body of knowledge. They'll have that degree plan focused, and it'll more match their interests and provide a clearer signal to employers that they have a particular set of expertise and interests. I'm happy to answer any questions you have about the proposed program.
All righty, we'll go to Dr. Gonzalez. He's the Associate Chair in Electrical and Computer Engineering Department.
Thank you very much. Thank you, the board, for this opportunity. The program has the benefit that we have an existing Bachelor of Science in Electrical Engineering, and there are multiple resources that we already have in the department that we can leverage to offer this new program. So that is another good opportunity for us. And besides that, the location of our program is far away from anyone else in the state. So we are far away. As you can imagine, we have to fly. So we are about 235 miles away from the closest program that will be in New Mexico, and that is out of state. In Texas, the nearest program will be Texas Tech, and it's more than 300 miles away from us. So that gives us an opportunity to serve a community that is far away from the rest of the state. Thank you for the consideration.
You're welcome. Texas is such a large state. Dr. Miguel Valdez is the Electrical and Computer Engineering Department.
First of all, thank you for giving us this opportunity to talk about our program. I just want to reiterate our commitment to support our students in the region, and this program will be a very important addition and provide a set of skills and a degree that is highly marketable. And you know, we have a lot of employers who are, as some of the letters of support showing, are very interested in us having this degree in place.
Thank you. Members, do we have any questions for Ms. Mayer or any of the institutional representatives that you didn't ask yesterday? Hearing none, do I have a motion to approve the request from the University of Texas at El Paso for a Bachelor's of Science, or BS, in Computer Engineering? May I have a motion?
Move.
Been moved by Emma Swartz. May I have a second?
Second.
Second by Welcome Wilson. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you and congratulations. Next, we will take up agenda item 11O is consideration and possible action to approve the request from the University of Texas at Rio Grande Valley for a Master's of Science in Biomedical Engineering. Dr. Jana Arney, Executive Vice President and Provost, and Dr. Ala Cujo, Dean of College of Engineering and Computer Science, are available for questions and comments.
Madam Chair, I think our representatives have not returned to the room yet, so could we perhaps move to the next one?
Sure. We are flexible on this board. Agenda item 11O are the representatives from the University of Texas at San Antonio for a master's degree in aerospace engineering. Are you guys in the room? They're not in the room either. So what about, let's go on to agenda item 1109. It's consideration and possible action to approve the request from the University of Texas at Tyler for a Bachelor's of Science in Computer Engineering. Dr. Javier Capuros, Dean, College of Engineering, and Dr. Asan Elkinski, the Chair and Department of Electrical Engineering, they're available for questions and answers. Elizabeth will present this and be available for questions as well. Elizabeth?
University of Texas at Tyler is proposing a Bachelor's of Science in Computer Engineering. The proposed program would be housed in the Department of Electrical Engineering and would consist of 128 semester credit hours. In accordance with the institution's proposed hiring schedule, UT Tyler would hire 2 new core faculty members in year 1 and 1 new core faculty in year 2 of the program. That concludes my remarks. I'm happy to go into more detail if you all would like.
Like to make comments?
Thank you, board members. Dr. Farias, regarding your question, we took a deeper dive. LeTourneau has a Bachelor's of Science in Engineering, and they have 6 concentrations. They recently added the concentrations of Electrical and Computer Engineering. The concentration of Computer Engineering has 2 computer engineering specific courses, and they mostly overlap with the electrical engineering concentration. LeTourneau serves a different population than we do. So the nearest public institution that would serve similar population or be comprehensive compared to us would be UT Dallas. SMU does have a computer engineering program. Regardless, as I mentioned, what makes us different is we are very transfer heavy, very transfer friendly, and we are very intentional about that. So without further ado, I'll leave it to my colleague to make any further comments.
Thank you for the board members. If approved, this program we will have a cohort of students transfer as well as freshmen, fresh graduates out of high school will enroll, and we'll have the lab facilities that going to be shared with the electrical engineering department ready for the program to start.
Members, do you have any questions, comments? Hearing none, do I have a motion to approve the request from the University of Texas at Tyler for a Bachelor's of Science, a BS in Computer Engineering? May I have a motion?
Motion?
Been moved by Fred Frias and seconded by Mr. Clemmer. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Very much. Congratulations. Mary, I'm going to defer to you. Do we just go back to the regular agenda?
Yes, ma'am. If we go back to 11E and move forward from there.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Jackson, you make your way to the front. Agenda item 11E is consideration and possible action to adopt the Certification Advisory Council's recommendation related to the request from Sayola, Inc. for its first certificate of authority to grant degrees in Texas. Dr. Tina Jackson, Assistant Commissioner for Workforce Education, will present this item and be available to answer questions.
Good afternoon, Chair and board members. Agenda item VC is for the consideration and possible action to adopt a Certificate of Advisory Council's recommendation related to a request from Sayola, Inc. for the first Certificate of Authority to grant a Bachelor's of Business Administration via Distance Education. A virtual site evaluation was conducted by Sayola on July 26th through the 28th of 21. The Certification Advisory Council reviewed the evaluations team report and Sayola's response to the evaluation report. On October 2021 meeting, the members voted unanimously to delay until further review. Coordinating board staff sent a letter to Sayola with the recommendations for items to review. At its May 2022 quarterly meeting, the members reviewed Sayola's response and request, and members had the opportunity to ask additional questions of Sayola's representatives. The members voted unanimously to recommend approval for a Certificate of Authority with the conditions listed in committee materials. If granted, this Certificate of Authority would end July 2024. Sayola would be able to apply for subsequent Certificates of Authority while working towards recognized accreditation. Each Certificate of Authority is valid for a 2-year period. The maximum number of years operating under a Certificate of Authority is 8 years. Commissioner Keller has approved and concurred with the CAC's recommendation, and this concludes my report.
Thank you. Members, have any questions for Dr. Jackson? Hearing none, do I have a motion to adopt the Certification Advisory Council's recommendation related to a request from Sayola, Inc. for its first Certificate of Authority to grant degrees in Texas? May I have a motion?
I'll move.
Been moved by Emma Swartz. May I have a second? A second. Donna Williams. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes. Next up is agenda item 1101, is consideration and possible action to approve the request from Angelo State University for a Doctor of Social Work, a DSW in Social Work. Dr. Don R. Topliff, Provost and Vice President for Academic Affairs, and Dr. Joel L. Carr, Associate Professor and Director, proposed DSW in Clinical Social Work, are available for questions and comments. Elizabeth Mayer will present this item and be available to answer questions.
Angelo State University is proposing a Doctor of Social Work degree with a major in Clinical Social Work. The students would take courses along a cohort model. There would be 53 required semester credit hours with no electives, but it would include 4 semester credit hours of internship and residencies. In accordance with the institution's proposed hiring schedule, the program would hire 2 new faculty members by fall 2023 for a total of 5 core faculty. That's my comments on this.
Thank you, board members. We appreciate the opportunity by the coordinating board and the staff to bring forward this proposal for a Doctor of Social Work program at Angelo State University. Certainly the need for mental health and social work services has expanded exponentially over the past few years. We've seen that on our campus and in our community. We believe that this proposed program, along with the one proposed by our colleagues at Stephen F. Austin University and the Doctor of Psychology program approved by this board and will be implemented this fall, will be an important step in bringing the necessary services in mental health and social work to our region and to the state of Texas. Now I want to turn to my colleague, Dr. Joel Carr, who will direct the DSW program. Dr. Carr has a tremendous amount of experience both in industry and academics and served the mental health and social work needs of our military personnel deployed around the world as an officer in the United States Navy. Dr. Carr.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. As you've heard, our proposed DSW in clinical social work. Clinical social work is considered a core healthcare profession by both the federal and our state government, as well as a core mental health profession by the federal and our state government. We believe our program will help meet the needs of our region, our state, and our country. Currently, right now, we have a significant number of students without advertising a single day that are ready to make application if this board so chooses to approve the program. Thank you.
Members, do we have any questions?
Comment, Dr. Carr, thank you for your service, and I think you bring unique opportunities for the students. Your background and with also mentioned that the great need we have for social work during this.
Thank you.
All right. Else? Hearing none, do I have a motion to approve the request from Angelo State University for a Doctorate of Social Work, a DSW in Social Work? Been moved by Fred Frias and seconded. I didn't hear the second. Who made the second? I heard somebody say.
Robert.
Mr. Clemmer.
Yeah.
All right. All right. Thank you very much. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Congratulations. All right, next up is agenda item 02, is consideration and possible action to approve the request from Stephen F. Austin State University for a Doctorate of Social Work, a DSW in Social Work. Dr. Emerente Oliphant, Interim Chair, School of Social Work, Dr. Freddie Avant, Interim Dean, Office of Research and Graduate Studies, Interim Dean, College of Liberal and Applied Arts, and Director, School of Social Work, and Dr. Mark Guidry, Associate Provost, Office of Academic Affairs, are available for questions and comments. Elizabeth Mayer will present this item and be available to answer questions.
Stephen F. Austin State University is proposing a Doctor of Social Work degree with a major in social work. The proposed program would require 54 semester credit hours for students entering with a master's degree beginning in the spring of 2023. In accordance with the institution's proposed hiring schedule, SFA would hire 2 additional core faculty members by the program's second and third years, respectively. This concludes my remarks, and I can answer any questions or provide additional details if you all want.
We'd like comments from the representative.
Again, I'm Freddie Evan, and I really appreciate the opportunity to present it to the board. Social work is truly a growing profession, and there's a need. And since there's not a doctorate in social work degree in Texas, we will have the opportunity to not only serve Texas, but all over the nation, and as well as internationally. Our current program will be very unique, in which we will focus on creating what is commonly called the scholar practitioner in our accrediting agency, in which we will focus on various areas, but our emphasis will be on education, leadership, as well as practice.
Thank you to the board. We are very excited about our DSW program. We will have a face-to-face program. We're proposing that we have face-to-face, and we are focusing on the East Texas area, which actually also includes Louisiana. We are near to the Louisiana border, as well as the Arkansas-Oklahoma area. As you've heard, there are so many students who are interested in this program that we also have a waiting list, and we developed our curriculum that it's in line with the Council on Social Work Education, the standards which will in future be accredited. So we are very sure that our program will address the need that's in the area, and together with our colleagues at Angelo State University, we are excited about this. Thank you very much.
I will just add that the nearest DSW is in New Orleans at Tulane University, which is 350 miles away, and Angelo State is actually further away. It's almost 400 miles. And as Dr. Oliphant said, our program will be face-to-face. We will gladly refer students who want an all-online program to ASU. We look to them as, brethren and brother and sister programs. Thank you. Thank you for your consideration. We really appreciate it.
Members, any questions?
Thank you for bringing the program.
Members, do I have a motion to approve the request from Stephen F. Austin State University for a Doctor of Social Work, a DSW in Social Work? May I have a motion?
Second.
And moved by Fred Frias and seconded by Emma Schwartz. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Congratulations. Next up is agenda item 1103, is consideration and possible action to approve the request from Texas A&M University for a Bachelor's of Science, a BS in Data Engineering. Dr. Andy, I'm going to mess up your name, so I'm not going to even try. Dr. Andy. He is a professor, Department of Industrial and Systems Engineering, and Dr. Louis Teo, Department Chair, Department of Industrial and Systems Engineering, are available for questions and comments. Dr. Elizabeth Mayer will present this item.
Texas A&M University is proposing a Bachelor of Science degree with a major in data engineering. The proposed program would be housed in the College of Engineering, consisting of 128 semester credit hours. In accordance with the institution's proposed hiring schedule, Texas A&M University would hire 1 core faculty member in years 1, 3, and 5 of the program. The institution will seek accreditation for its BS degree program.
Dr. Banerjee?
Thank you for giving us this opportunity to present our degree in front of the board. Just wanted to summarize a couple of things. That this is a very unique degree that we are starting, one of a kind, and this fills a very needed, fills a gap that's existing right now in the workforce. And according to all the projections, it's going to grow very soon, very quickly, over a couple of decades at least. And these are high-paying jobs, so we are going to prepare our graduates for these important functions for the state and the nation. Thank you.
Just like to say thank you to the board and also Commissioner Keller for considering our application for the Bachelor of Science in Engineering. I strongly believe that this is going to be a game changer going forward, given the pervasiveness of the data that we have. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, are there any questions? Hearing none, do I have a motion to approve the request from Texas A&M University for a Bachelor's of Science, a BS in Data Engineering? May I have a motion?
Motion.
It was moved by Daniel Wong and seconded by Mr. Clemmer. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. Congratulations. Next up is agenda item 1104, is consideration and possible action to approve the request from Texas A&M University, Corpus Christi for a Master's of Science, an MS in Engineering, Dr. L.D. Chien, Director, School of Engineering and Computer Sciences, and Dr. David Bridges, Chair, Department of Engineering, are available for questions and comments. And Elizabeth Mayer will present this item.
Texas A&M University Corpus Christi is proposing a Master of Science in Engineering. The proposed program would be housed in the College of Engineering and Computing Sciences and would consist of 36 semester credit hours. In accordance with the institution's proposed hiring schedule, Texas A&M University Corpus Christi would hire one new core faculty member in year 3 of the program. Remarks?
Bridges?
Thank you again for considering our proposal for an MS in Engineering. I'll not repeat all of my comments from yesterday. I will add an additional comment that Texas A&M University Corpus Christi is a Hispanic serving institution, HSI. In the spring 2022 semester, I believe it's 49.6% of engineering students were Hispanic. So when we start this program, we expect that a lot of our students will come from our own undergraduate population. Expecting to have a significant percentage of our students in the master's program be Hispanic, where the focus of the program really is to try to get them into a more advanced degree, a PhD, and then hopefully be standing in front of a classroom. So that's kind of our goal. I'll stop there and I'll see if he has any comments.
Well, first, I'd like to thank the board and the commissioner for considering our Master of Science in Engineering degree program. I would just add to David's comments. The proposed program with the accelerated track, we can bring the brightest, well-qualified students from our own student body to pursue master's degree in their senior year of undergraduate study. So it will shorten the time to degree, certainly double-counted credit hours, save tuition as well. So that's number one. And secondly, we certainly will go out and recruit students from outside Corpus Christi. Being at HSI, David mentioned, we will recruit from events hosted, for example, by SHIP, Society of Hispanic Professional Engineers, and SECNAS, Society for the Advancement of Chicanos, Hispanics, and Native Americans in science to increase our population in graduate study represented by the underrepresented groups. And our faculty is just excited about the prospects of this degree program. They will mentor the students, and we really think approving this degree program will be an important milestone in our effort in developing engineering degree programs. Thank you.
Members, any questions?
I just want to make a comment. Thank you, Dr. Bridges, Dr. Chin, for understanding the need for underrepresented to be able to reach levels, master's, doctorate levels, to be able to go on and teach. One thing at the Texas Higher Education Foundation meeting yesterday we brought up, and this ties in a lot with what we're doing in terms of providing the campus parts of our state. So again, I thank you for providing these opportunities.
Thank you. Anyone else? Do I have a motion to approve the request from Texas A&M University, Corpus Christi for a Master's of Science and MS in Engineering? May I have a motion? Been moved by Fred Frias. I'll second. Donna Williams. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Congratulations. Yeah. Next up is agenda item 11O, is consideration and possible action to approve the request from the University of Texas at Arlington for a Bachelor's of Science in Resources and Energy Engineering. Dr. Paul J. Componation, Interim Associate Dean of Graduate Interdisciplinary Affairs and Chair, Industrial, Manufacturing, and Systems Engineering are available to answer questions and comments. Elizabeth Mayer will present this item and be available for questions.
The University of Texas at Arlington is seeking approval to offer a Bachelor of Science degree program in Resources and Engineering. And this, as I mentioned yesterday, would be the first program of its kind in the nation. The proposed program would require 124 semester credit hours. The 4 hours beyond the traditional 120 is due to the 4 required math, science, and engineering fundamentals courses, which are 4 semester credit hours each. In accordance with the institution's proposed hiring schedule, UT Arlington will hire 2 core faculty members, 1 in each of the 3rd and the 4th years.
Thank you for giving me the chance to present our program. The reason this is unique is we have a lot of very strong energy programs. This one has a unique aspect to it in that it gives equal emphasis to traditional and renewable energy sources. A lot of our local employers have been very interested in finding system-oriented engineers who have a specialty in energy, and their idea is we want to understand all the different energy sources, how we combine them economically, and how we can optimally design systems to generate energy, transport it, store it, and then distribute it. The program also has another unique aspect to it, and that is it has an emphasis on also the business side of it, so we understand how to make it economical and affordable, and also takes a look at things such as public policy and perception on energy sources. And I've noticed a lot of my peers have brought up the fact that they are Hispanic-serving institutions, which we are also. We're also rated one of the top universities in the country for diversity of our student population.
Comments?
Good to see you all
Thank you again for another great program. I've got many friends and colleagues that live and participate with UT Arlington and the great work that you're doing, so I'm very familiar. Whenever y'all do things, I get text and emails in Arlington, so y'all keep up the good work.
Thank you. We will.
UT Arlington is in my backyard. I was actually on your guys' campus on this weekend.
Oh, excellent.
The campus is looking really, really good.
They are definitely putting a lot of effort into it. Yeah, it's grown a lot over the last few years.
Mm-hmm. All righty. On that note, Do I have a motion to approve the request from the University of Texas at Arlington for a Bachelor's of Science in BS in Resource and Energy Engineering? May I have a motion?
I'll move.
Moved by Emma Swartz. May I have a second? Second by Daniel Wong. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Congratulations. Next is agenda item 1106. We moving on to
1107, ma'am.
1107. Consideration and possible action to approve the request from the University of Texas at Rio Grande Valley for a Master's of Science in Biomedical Engineering. Anna Arney, Executive Vice President and Provost. Are you solo? Yes. Okay. Let's tell Dr. Cujo. Okay. All righty. Elizabeth will present this item, and then we'll hear from Dr. Arney.
The University of Texas Rio Grande Valley is proposing a Master of Science in Biomedical Engineering. The proposed program would be housed in the Department of Mechanical Engineering within the College of Engineering and Computing Sciences and would consist of 30 semester credit hours. In accordance with the institution's proposed hiring schedule, UTRGV would hire one new core faculty member in years 2, 4, and 5 of the program. That concludes my.
Thank you again for the opportunity to present. I won't repeat everything, but I do want to highlight that we really feel that UTRGV is uniquely positioned to offer this program, not only geographically, but just to build on the strengths across so many disciplines, including our School of Medicine, our School of Podiatric Medicine, and a myriad, and I didn't mention this yesterday, but I want to draw your attention to it. So in our sciences, it's not only sciences, but it's specifically biology, chemistry, physics, mathematics, and statistics, all with the goal of improving human health. And so we are grateful for the opportunity to present it, and we're grateful for your consideration. Thank you.
Any comments or questions?
And I just want to comment, thank you, Dr. Arney and Dr. Bailey and all the staff and the folks that worked very hard to put this program together and how it will collaborate with everything else with the medical school, the new podiatry program that this board approved last year. So, yeah, great job. Keep up the good work.
Thank you so much.
All right. Do I have a motion to approve the request from the University of Texas at Rio Grande Valley for a Master's and MS in Biomedical Engineering?
So moved.
Been moved by Fred Frias. May I have a second? Second, Donna Williams. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Congratulations.
Madam Chair, before we move to agenda item 1108, our representatives from San Antonio had to depart. They are no longer here.
One and I think. Okay, we're good. Yeah, she's going to present anyway. Yeah.
We'll still vote on.
And we had, the representatives were here yesterday, so we did get a lot of comment and conversation yesterday, so we're okay with you just presenting
Sure.
it? Okay.
That's great.
In
Yes,
the
ma'am.
interest of time, we hadn't
Yes, ma'am.
anticipated it running so long. Agenda item 1108 is consideration and possible action to approve the request from the University of Texas at San Antonio for a Master's of Science and MS in Aerospace Engineering. And Elizabeth will present this item and be available for questions and comments.
The University of Texas at San Antonio is seeking approval to offer a Master of Science degree program in Aerospace Engineering. The proposed program would require 30 semester credit hours, and the proposed program would be offered face-to-face to students in San Antonio. No new faculty are expected to be hired for this program, and I'm happy to provide any additional details if you all would.
And as I mentioned, we did have representatives from the yesterday, and we did have a lot of discussion. Are there any other additional questions and comments? Hearing none, do I have a motion to approve the request from the University of Texas at San Antonio for a Master's of Science and MS in Aerospace Engineering?
So
May I
moved.
have a motion?
I'll
Been moved-
second.
Moved by Welcome Wilson, seconded by Emma Swartz. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Okay, agenda item 1109 is consideration and possible action to approve the request from the University of, we did that one. That out of my notes.
The program.
We are on agenda item 11P, ma'am.
Is consideration and possible action to adopt new board rules, Chapter 21, Subchapter D, Sections 21.50 through 21.55 concerning the Texas First Early High School Completion Program, and Chapter 22, Subchapter T, Sections 22.550 through 22.556 of Board Rules concerning Texas First Scholarship Program. Dr. Jarrell Struther, Assistant Commissioner for Student Success, and Dr. Charles Olafante Pulse, Assistant Commissioner for Student Financial Aid Programs, will present this item and be available to answer questions.
I believe we're just available for questions today since we presented this yesterday. So,
Any questions? All righty. Hearing none, do I have a motion to adopt new board rules, Chapter 21, Subchapter D, Sections 21.50 through 21.55 concerning the Texas First Early High School Completion Program, and Chapter 22, Subchapter T, Sections 22.550 through 22.556 concerning the First Texas Scholarship Program? May I have a motion? And moved by Fred Frias. May I have a second? I'll second. Donna Williams. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Congratulations. That ends my, the cause committee agenda.
Mr. Chairman, could you turn your microphone on, please?
Thank you. Sorry. Thank you, Ms. Williams, and thank you, everyone, for along with us on this. And because of travel plans and people having to leave, we've had to adjust the agenda a little bit. I want to jump back up to I'm going back to agenda item 8F, which was approved on the consent calendar, and then G, which is agenda item 8G, which is consideration and possible action to approve a letter to the Legislative Budget Board and the Governor's Office requesting to exceed the agency's capital budget authority for data center services. Ken Martin, Associate Commissioner, Chief Operating Officer, and Chief Financial Officer will present this item, be available for questions. Mr. Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. Good afternoon. I'll try and be brief on this item, and one point of note, this item and the next item on the agenda are related. So I'll go through the detail with this item, and then I'll give a brief summary with the next, tie the two together. Happy to answer any questions at any point. The Department of Information Resources created the Data Center Services, or I'll call it DCS going forward, to support the agency's networking support and infrastructure needs. So think of it this way. You outsource your IT environment. Instead of this building needing a server room, storage, and chillers and everything else, it's very expensive for smaller agencies and even medium-sized agencies to be able to support that type of infrastructure. The state created Data Center Services, DCS, to basically outsource that, or you could think of it as the cloud, and then they build the redundancy and backup systems, et cetera, within there. So you have synergies, economy of scale by having this size of an environment to for other agencies to leverage. And many agencies are required to leverage their networking support and services to DCS, and the Coordinating Board is one of those. The Coordinating Board has a capital appropriation in our bill pattern specifically appropriating funds for DCS and has for several years. The GAA limits the agency's ability to increase the capital line item to only 25%. So in the past, if you think of it, The agency has, I don't know exactly when it started, but at least by 2008, has been leveraging DCS, and it's approximately $2 million on an annual basis for what I'll call our core functions, our network, the wireless, et cetera, that we've been able to do. And so we've been pretty close to our estimates. It's been built in our legislative appropriation request, of which you'll hear later on down the line on another agenda item. But we've also received a substantial amount of governor's emergency education relief funding that had several initiatives, of which we're leveraging some of the DCS services they provide. We have not done that in the past, and therefore this 25% limit that you may not have heard of in the past comes into play. That's why we're having a discussion. While the agency has the authority in the GAA to spend our federal funding, approximately $363 million of the GEAR funding coming through, we need a different action to exceed that 25% authority. And that action is we request and receive board approval to submit a letter to the Legislative Budget Board and to the Governor's Office to exceed that 25% limit. So that is our request today. Part of the items that will fund this are data modernization initiative. That's the largest component of this. Our grant application payment processing platform we're trying to build that have commonality, one for the transfer grants, which is GEAR funded, but also for many other applications that we have working for the state, that once we have this built, we're looking to leverage that. And a few other items that are in there as well. And we have approximately 45 different initiatives with these GEAR funds that have been implemented, and so this would allow us to continue, have the capital authority submit the letter to the LBB and the Governor's Office and be able to raise our limit so that we can continue our progress with DCS to finish out these initiatives. So I'm happy to answer any questions and seek your approval.
Hey, members, do you have any questions for Mr. Martin? Hearing none, do I have a motion to approve a letter to the Legislative Budget Board and the Governor's Office requesting to exceed the agency's capital budget authority for data center services?
Motion.
So moved, Donna.
Motion by Ms. Williams. A second?
Second.
Second.
Second by Mr. Clemmer. Thank you. Any discussion? Members, those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed, no. Motion passes. Agenda item 8H is consideration and possible action to increase the total of the interagency contract with the Department of Information Resources for data center services for an amount greater than $5 million for technology services to support implementation of the Data Modernization Initiative and other federally funded IT project implementation. Ken Martin will present this item, be available for questions. Mr. Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. So as I mentioned before, these two items are really related. Department of Information Resources owns, however you want to say it, supports the data center services. So it's a subset of DIR. We have an agreement, a contract with DIR in totality for the DCS services. So the previous item was to increase our capital authority, which is GAA related. This is to request permission to increase our contracting amount with the Department of Information Resources. Those two will tie together to allow us to meet our needs. We need the contractual authority with DIR, and then we need the authority, appropriation authority, if you will, from the capital item, which you just approved.
Thank you. Members, do you have any questions for Mr. Martin on this? Hearing none, do I have a motion to increase the total of the interagency contract with the Department of Information Resources for data center services for an amount not to exceed $14 million for technology services to support implementation of the Data Modernization Initiative and other federally funded IT project implementation?
And for clarification, the $14 million is the increase. So we have our core services today, which are approximately, I mentioned, around $2 million. It's almost $5 million for the biennium. So what we're requesting is to increase our authority contract with DIR up for $14 million, which would then tie in with our capital item request.
But not to exceed the $14 million?
Yes, sir. That's exactly correct. I just want to make sure that's clear.
Thank you.
I'll move.
A motion by Ms. Schwartz. Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Williams. Any discussion? Members, those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed, no. Motion passes. Thank you. Agenda item 8I is consideration and possible action to adopt the recommendation to the contract with a vendor for $8 million to provide software for supporting and servicing the agency's student loan programs. Mr. Martin.
The coordinating board, as you all know, has a very large student loan portfolio. Our largest program is our college access loan, but we also support Beyond Time loans, which is in Sunset, some really older federal loans, and some other programs. And the most recent, newer one, the Texas Armed Services Scholarship, but it's much smaller. So Cal is obviously our largest item. With that support, you've heard me discuss bonds and how we fund these, but how do we support them? We use software. It's very specialized software, so it's not software we can get that supports an auto loan or what have you. It'd be nice because there's probably a lot more of those than there are for student lending. But the board approved for us to issue an RFP up to $8 million at a previous meeting. And we did so. We had an evaluation committee. We received the proposals, reviewed the proposals, scored them, and we have identified a vendor. And in between that time frame, if you recall, Rule 1.16 was modified. And instead of just notification to the board of the selected vendor, it would come, because it's greater than $5 million, it would come to the board for approval. So I am requesting approval to contract with the selected vendor. We have not contracted yet, so I don't want to disclose the vendor. I like to be on the good side of general counsel when I can be, anyways. And then we'll be happy to provide you any type of details about the vendor. But the good news is the software we would be receiving is much better than even what we have. So we've had the previous software for 8 years. That contract is due to expire the end of June of next year. And we would contract with this vendor. We would then coordinate the timing, the crossover, and implementation approximately September, if all were to go well, of next year, which would be the start of the next academic year. But we'll need to work that timing as we go through. So happy to answer any questions.
Was this a negotiated number, or was it a bid?
It was a bid. We received proposals coming in, and it was then negotiated from that point as far as other items. We went through our statement of work, which was very lengthy, of details that we wanted performance from this software, what it would do, and then the vendor comes back, says where there's gaps, and then we coordinated with them where they're willing to fill in those gaps, et cetera.
And so this is to administer the student loans themselves?
To service the loans, that is correct. So our loans currently are serviced by what we call HELMS, Higher Education Loan Management System. It's the existing software, so we can go in and process payments, forbearance, collection activities. The Office of Attorney General, who supports us from a collection and a bankruptcy standpoint, also utilizes the system and has access. This would be the same. We would just cross over all our data at some point, transition from our current system, HELMS, into our student loan management system.
And and obviously the integrity of that data is crucial. And so you feel good about this new firm?
I feel very good. Of note, you heard Ms. Susan Warren yesterday from KPMG, our external auditor, who the board commissions external financial audit. And one of the items that her team will come in and do, and this happened last time when we did the crossovers, they'll actually perform a midway audit. So they'll come in and they'll do a review of the data, because it's such a large portion of our financials, the liabilities and the receivables, that they will make sure that in the old system and the new system and all the other items, aspects that they have to do from the audit perspective that they'll go through. So that will also transpire. It won't be done in a vacuum by the agency alone. And then Mr. Pale, you heard that you all approved his audit plan, and he reviewed. Well, within his audit plan, one of the items was to audit the HELMS, the current system. Well, as I came to him and said, well, that's about to go away, that we talked to him and said, what may be better is come in the process of this new system so that you can help consult us on building ensuring we have the right controls, processes, procedures, et cetera, and he agreed to that. So we will coordinate with his team, we'll coordinate with his team on the adjustment to the contract for KPMG for their review of the helm system. And of course, our internal reviews will be substantial. We pull data from one system, we load the next before we flick the switch. We make sure everything ties out. Student loan information, we don't want to lose students, but we want to make sure
Yeah, you probably
that
want to
their
run
data is
both
correct.
platforms at the same time for an overlap.
We will run one in test environment. We'll have the current running, and we'll make sure that those two are saying the right thing. Correct. And even before that, during the implementation phase, we go through agility testing. So we're testing in milestones over the course of that year that we go through implementation. So we'll go through several implementation steps. We'll perform tests. We enter test data, payments, collections, litany of different things, interest rate change, whatever it's going to be, and then we'll make sure that the data comes out right on the back end, and we continue that. When we get to the end, we'll do a full sweep. So we'll do a student loan transaction from beginning to end to make sure not only each phase or sprint is completed, but we'll also have it tied in from beginning to end. And that's what we did last time as well.
Great, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Wong has a question. Just have the question about the vendor. So you said we have not come to the final cost. That's the reason why we cannot disclose the name?
I believe we have the final cost, and I'm going to turn to my general counsel here. Advised. Continue my course. Until we lock on the vendor, we sign non-disclosure agreements to look at all the proposals, and we can't disclose. We're in a public setting, the information on those. Once we get to a contract and ink, then we'll be able to provide the detail.
That's interesting because for government agency, whenever we have the final approval, we need to have a name. So I don't know, General Counsel, it's just very strange for me to approve something that is not, that does not have a name there.
And Dr. Wong, if you want to, we can give you a non-disclosure agreement, and then I can provide you with that information if you're okay with that.
The agency
separately.
will sign the disclosure agreement. That means the agency will know the name. Actually, the public deserves to know the name, not me.
Well,
this is the public money, okay? So it's not me. I don't care, but we are approving using public money. That's why the name needs to be disclosed on the agenda.
But we have not executed the contract yet, and in the event that we do not execute the contract, then we will move to potentially to a different vendor on the list. But we can provide you, we can do a non-disclosure agreement and provide you with the information, or we can.
I think it's the reverse. You don't have authority to execute the contract without the board approval, but the board cannot approve this without knowing the name. But I mean, you can check the law, but I think that's the public money.
Yes, and as soon as we execute the contract, the amount is.
But you cannot execute the contract without the board approval, right? Is that correct?
That's correct. Yes.
So that's a vicious cycle.
Well,
the board cannot approve this without knowing the name.
Yeah, and I'm happy to get non-disclosure agreements just until we execute.
But I will approve it. I'm just.
Well, is there a timing issue if it doesn't roll out till next year? If we wait until the next board meeting to approve, you can select one and then come back with the name and everything, and then approved it at the next meeting. Does that delay your process at all?
We have selected one. And so we had an evaluation committee of individuals that are experts in the loan program, did the evaluation on the vendors that provided. So we have selected the vendor based on that evaluation and review. We've worked with the vendor on meeting our terms as far as the statement of work, making sure functionality, that everybody's in lockstep. We had several meetings on that with the vendor directly, and then we've met with the vendor on negotiating the final price or annual cost, which would be under the $8 million being requested here. So we've done all that. It's just the disclosure of the specific vendor that
And,
is
but
the
I think his concern is just to approve it blind,
Yeah.
is
And I'm happy to look into this further. We have changed the process along the way because we were using a different process under the prior rules, right, that was not disclosing the information in a public meeting. So I'm not disagreeing with anything that you're saying, Dr. Wong. It's just I'm not comfortable with, based on how we have changed our process, with disclosing the information in the meeting right now until we would have additional time to look at that, and then also look at whether we need additional, like, nepotism forms or anything like that from the board, given that we are asked, if we ask the board to sign off on the specific vendor in a public meeting, right? So, like, all of our decision makers sign nepotism forms and non-disclosure forms to assure that they don't have conflicts of interest. And so I'm happy to bring this back. I'm not.
I have a question about all the other contracts that, you know, all the other contract government agency approve, they have a name on the agenda. So all the board member or all the government, you know, people need to sign a disclosure form. That's why I don't understand. Because what I know is all the government agenda, when you have public contract, you need to list the name and the cost before approval. And only the personnel is under you know, secrecy, but not contractor. Contractor need to be disclosed to the general public.
Once the contract, I'm not disagreeing with you, Dr. Wong. I'm just saying I'm not comfortable. I would want to spend more time looking at this before we make that happen in this session right now, to make sure that we're not violating any other procurements or any of the representations we've made. So you may be 100% perfectly correct. I'm just not comfortable right now as we sit, and this is a very high dollar contract, so I don't want to do anything that jeopardizes that contract.
So, yeah, and I can understand, I agree, no, don't disclose, you know, prematurely. I think his point is, well, then let's hear it, you know, when you get to that point, then we can prove it formally at the next meeting.
We have time to.
And that was my question, does this delay your?
It would delay. I think it's feasible. Yes, sir. The answer is it would delay. It would be a 3-month delay, but I think it's feasible if that's the board's desire, that we will revise our timeline and coordinate with the vendor. We just wouldn't be able to begin work with the vendor until we have a contract, which we require board approval. So
right, but
that would be at the October.
You'd have an agreed contract with them, so they would know it's kind of a deal subject to our. I don't have any issues with the amount or what the goal is. It's just the disclosure part. So I don't know if we want to.
Do y'all want to
table that?
Yeah. Do you want to just postpone this toward the end of the agenda? Let me just go see if I can double check on this, and y'all can finish up some of the items, and I'll go run some traps.
Yeah. Let me make one more comment.
Okay.
I don't mind approving this contract. Actually, I don't want to delay anything, but
okay.
my gut feeling is, why don't you check that actually for government agency approve any contract, you need to have a name and the price there, because that's our duty to approve something. And if the name needs to be open to the public needs to know, even it needs to be listed on the agenda. But I'm not a lawyer. Will you check on that? But yeah. I don't mind if we need to approve this contract, not to delay anything. I'm good with that. I don't have any quarrel in terms of this, but I just want to follow the right procedure, because all I know is, for government agency like us, all the contractors need to be disclosed. That's for the public interest, not for me. Actually, it's for the public. It's not for me. I don't mind. I trust you guys. I mean, there's nothing behind it, but I think that needs to be disclosed, especially the name and the.
I understand completely where you're coming. I have.
Dr.
Wong. I just don't want to. I don't want to make a general counsel jeopardy call that we all come to regret if I have made an error, given that we're like a year into this procurement process. So let me double check on that, and y'all can just go through the agenda, and I'll try to come right back.
We can table this this agenda item
Just postpone the item till
we can revisit at the end of the meeting, or if the board wants to, we can table it once we get some word from our council.
Yep.
So we'll table it for now, and then we'll come back to that. Thank you, Nicole. So we will go on to agenda item J, and that is agenda item HJ is consideration and possible action to adopt the recommendation relating to the agency's legislative appropriation request for fiscal years 2024 and 2025. Sarah Keaton, welcome. Associate Commissioner of Administration, and Ken Martin, Associate Commissioner, Chief Operating Officer, Chief Financial Officer, will present this item and be available for questions. Welcome.
Thank you, and I'll take the first stab, and then I'll have Ms. Sarah Keaton discuss towards the end the exceptional item request. So let me give a little bit of background. Next slide, please. So the purpose and the components of the LAR, some of our board members have been here long enough to have seen last biennium and maybe even some others. But we have an administrator statement. We have the baseline budget. So let me discuss the baseline budget a little bit. Next slide, please. First off, actually, let me talk about the timeline. So July 1st, we received the instructions from the Legislative Budget Board and a policy letter from the Governor's Office. Some of you members recall last biennium, we received that, and within the letter it had a mandatory 5% reduction because of COVID and some of the concerns and reduction of revenue at the state. So we actually had a change in our base. On July 8th, we received our general revenue and general revenue dedicated limit, which had our approved base, and then we completed, or looking to complete, the LAR by tomorrow. So we're seeking board approval on the LAR. It's due tomorrow. And then in the fall, the Governor's Office and the LBB hold hearings for the LAR to perform a review, and you'll get a better sense with the exceptional items, some of the other content, what they're reviewing, and then obviously the 88th legislative session convenes. And then we'll hopefully sometime in January get the initial introduced bill, and we'll see what items are contained in there, and then we'll continue to work with legislature on items that are not. Next slide, please. So going back on base funding, what is it? Base funding is basically taking this biennium's funding for 22 and next year 23, and combining that. And think of it as if you had a business and you had flat funding. You said next year our costs will be flat. It's very similar here, but you're looking at general revenue dedicated. Basically, most of the items are tax revenue. Does not necessarily follow with federal funds. That can be adjusted as you receive the federal funds, our loan funds, and some of the other items that we have within our bill pattern. And so 24-25, luckily, not a 5% reduction this time, is flat funded. We submit that to the Legislative Budget Board. What we think our base should be, they perform a review. They'll look at one-time items. We had our facilities exceptional item from the last legislative appropriations request that was accepted, and that would be pulled out because that was a one-time cost item within there. But for the most part, the rest of our items are base. That's what now becomes our GRD limit as we build our initial request. So that will be spread back out to our strategies, our programs, and that's our, let's call it the baseline. That's our starting point. And then to be able to exceed that, you need to request exceptional items. And then, like I say, in future bills, legislature hopefully will approve all or many of those, and we'll receive that funding then hopefully by the final conference committee version there. Next slide, please. And then the administrative statement. Now, the administrative statement really focuses, on the importance of the agency's budget to achieving the goals of building a talent strong Texas, and the critical components, including investing in higher education, as you heard the commissioner and others discuss the tri-agency workforce initiative that's been very important, the Texas Commission on Community College Finance, and then various other items like student financial aid, data security and modernization. You've heard us discuss that quite a bit, college and career advising, supporting innovation and collaboration. Next slide. Now I'll turn it over to Ms. Sarah Keaton to talk about our exceptional items. These would be the items that we're requesting that would be above our base. These are items that would be additional funding requests for the following biennium.
Good afternoon. I'll go through these exceptional items at a relatively high level and then also ask the Commissioner to chime in with any additional comments that he wants to make about these items. So we've identified 4 buckets of exceptional item funding that we plan to request in the LAR. The first priority item is financial aid, and this request of $153 million will maintain Texas grants, the Texas Equal Opportunity Grants, and tuition equalization grants to accommodate growth in the number of eligible student population for those programs. This item also includes funding to continue new innovative programs like the transfer grants and the Texas Leadership Scholar Program. The next item is $15 million for data security and modernization. This item would allow us to sustain our momentum in ensuring the data that we are responsible for is secure and also as provided to all of our stakeholders in a way that is actionable for them. Moving on to the next slide. The third item is funding to support several college and career advising initiatives, and this includes supporting the digital resources that our agency is responsible for maintaining. Lastly, the innovation and collaboration item includes funding for programs to meet workforce demands, such as the TRUE program that you heard about from the Commissioner this morning in the Tri-Agency Initiative presentation, as well as efforts around credentials of value and work-based learning. This item would also support the agency's work to provide coordinated support for institutions and support partnerships between institutions. Commissioner, I don't know if you have anything you'd like to add on these items.
Happy to answer any questions on the exceptional items. The one in particular that I really want to emphasize with the board that's going to be critical and will need the board's support and advocacy is around financial aid. So really I feel strongly that our number one exceptional item should always be student financial aid, and the coordinating board historically has been the principal advocate for need-based aid. The request of an additional $153 million is really just to hold steady. So that's to make sure we don't lose ground, where right now we are serving about 68% of eligible students for Texas. And we're not serving 100% of the students. And then we're serving about 28% of our community college students who are eligible for TEOG and 23% of the TSTC students and the state college students through the TEOG. So we have, there's a lot of room for progress, clearly, but if we're going to stay on track to meet our goals, to our earlier discussion about student debt, if we're not going to lose ground, then it's important that we not take our foot off the gas pedal on need-based financial aid. And I'm going to need help from the board, from our foundation members, in helping to carry that message on behalf of our students and on behalf of our institutions. I'll echo that. Thank you, Commissioner, for that. Also, we get questions that the rationale for members, if obviously student financial aid is always the top priority, and we're just trying to keep up with 100. The question is, how are the decisions made or innovation collaboration, and how do we not add that to make 200 million requests financial aid? It's kind of like budgeting, like legislators have to do, right?
Well, if they wanted to do an additional, well, we did provide another just a point of information that like leveling up the TEOG to be at also serving about 68% of students would add on top of the 153 another about 127. Of course, we'd be delighted for the legislature to go more aggressively into financial aid. In addition, we're going to make the case that it's important for them to continue some of the initiatives that we've been able to pilot and prototype with the GEAR funds. So around the innovation funds, that's the seed grants for community and technical colleges and universities for innovative programs. Also, we included in there an estimate of what it would cost to better support institutions. The initial work that's been done in the Community College Finance Commission, one of the questions that has come up is, could the coordinating board provide more support to small colleges in particular? And so we did include that in the innovation. On data security and modernization, that's really just continuing work that we've been doing on making our systems more secure and also standing up these new data platforms and dashboards and other data tools like we discussed earlier. And then the advising tools also, that's the My Texas Future platform, our Texas On Course initiative. So the coordinating board now has this broad charge to support college and career advising from secondary schools all the way through higher education and into the workforce. So we're going to need to continue to build out new modules and new digital advising tools. So it's across this portfolio of work. We want to advocate, but again, I would say, we have to put these in priority order. So our number one request, above all, would be for student financial.
I'll find with it.
Concludes our presentation.
Members, any comments or questions for our panel? Good. Thank you so much. So let's make sure, I've got to get back on our list here. We're on agenda item J since we are moving around. Hearing no other questions, let's see, we need to have a motion. Yes, a motion to adopt the recommendation relating to the agency's legislative appropriation request for fiscal years 2024 and 2025. Do I have a motion?
I'll move.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Schwartz, do I have a second?
Second.
Ms. Williams, any discussion? Members, those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Motion passes. Thank you. We are now moving on to agenda item 9, is matters relating to the Committee on Innovation, Data, and Educational Analytics, and then it'll be Vice Chair Welcome Wilson giving the committee report.
Good afternoon. Welcome Wilson, Jr., Vice Chair of the committee. I want to thank you for joining us for matters relating to the Committee on Innovation, Data, and Educational Analytics. Agenda items 9B through 9F were approved on the consent calendar today, and this concludes our portion of the meeting.
Okay, that was very efficient. Thank you.
I love it.
Of course, that we're moving right along now. We're on a roll. We got a lot of great consent items on that. We're going to move on to next, agenda item 12, matters relating to the Agency Operations Committee, chaired by Ms. Emma Schwartz.
Okay. Good afternoon. During the Agency Operations Committee meeting yesterday, the committee approved the minutes from the April 27th Agency Operations Committee meeting, the annual internal audit plan for fiscal year 2023, the annual state compliance monitoring plan for the fiscal year 2023. The committee also received a report on grants and contracts, a review of the fiscal year 2022 financial report, a discussion of the audit of agency-wide financial statements for the fiscal year ended August 31st, 2021 by KPMG, an update on internal audit reports and activities, and an update on state and federal compliance monitoring reports and activities. The committee also met in closed session to receive an update on the agency's cybersecurity framework and to discuss the results of the internal security audit of the customer relationship and feedback tracking system. Agenda item 12B was on consent. Agenda item 12C is consideration and possible action to adopt the annual internal audit plan for fiscal year 2023. Mr. Mark Pale, an Assistant Commissioner for Internal Audit and Compliance, and Mr. Paul Mayert, Assistant Director, Internal Audit and Compliance, will present this item and are available to answer any questions. Mr. Pale.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm solo today. Yesterday we presented the internal audit plan for your consideration. I had a short slide deck to go over the plan. Just to summarize, the plan is risk-based. The plan is required by professional auditing standards as well as state law. And it addresses a couple of the risks that we've been talking about. We continue to talk about federal funds administration and then information security, cybersecurity. So with that, happy to answer any questions, and I seek your approval.
Members, do you have any questions? If not, do I have a motion to adopt the annual internal audit plan for fiscal year 2023?
So moved.
Donna, motion by Ms. Williams, second by Dr. Wong. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Agenda item 12D is consideration and possible action to adopt the annual state compliance monitoring plan for fiscal year 2023. Mr. Mark Pale, Assistant Commissioner for Internal Audit and Compliance, will present this item and is available to answer any questions.
Thank you again. This item, again, we had some discussions yesterday. So our compliance monitoring plan is required under TAC. It is risk-based. It covers really the dimensions that are defined in law that we are charged with looking at for compliance monitoring. So that includes data integrity for information that is reported to the coordinating board, just to make sure that what we're relying upon or that we can rely upon the data that's being reported by the institutions of higher education around the state. There's a dimension that we look at that is financial assistance, so that's the Texas grants, the TEOGs, all of the programs that you hear reports on. We take a look at those. And then the third area is sexual misconduct reporting that's required by statute. So those three pillars are really what our plan focuses on, and I seek your approval. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions? If not, do I have a motion to adopt the annual state compliance monitoring plan for the fiscal year 2023?
So moved.
Motion by Dr. Farias. Second by Ms. Williams. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed say no. Carries. Thank you very much. And this concludes the Agency Operations Committee.
Thank you, Ms. Schwartz. Next, we'll go back to agenda item 8, which is matters relating to the full board. We're going back to item I. That was, I'll remind everybody, the item on consideration and possible action to adopt the recommendation to contract with a vendor for $8 million to provide software for supporting and servicing the agency student loan programs. Mr. Mark.
Thank you. This particular item, in discussion with General Counsel, since we have not fully completed the negotiation of the contract, we are still subject to the non-disclosure agreement at this point. We have two options, potentially three. Option one, we can defer to the October board meeting. We'll complete the negotiations, have everything tied out, term, et cetera, and then come back to the October board, which would be and then be able to disclose. We would not be able to execute on the contract, but we could work with the vendor on the final contract, the contract they would agree with on their side, and then come back to the board for approval. Option is executive session, of which each board member would sign a non-disclosure agreement, and then we would disclose the information of the vote today if we did a separate executive session. I'll defer to you which one we can absolutely defer to October. It delays, but I don't see it being, I don't see it having a negative impact other than we're on the old system, the legacy system, until we do the conversion.
Well, I
would recommend deferral, but I want to see what, meaning deferring till October, but I want to hear what other board members have to say.
I don't mind to do it today. Actually, I think, it's no point to delay it if they are in. What I want is maybe after this, if you finish our contract, maybe during next meeting, we'll list on our agenda that's the name there, because that time we can disclose it, right? So I just want to be open to the public. That's all I want. I don't want
by
to
delaying it, you would do that too as well. It would give time to make sure that we're doing things properly.
September.
No, not till September.
Possible.
That's possible.
Well, I'd be
So
okay
that
if
was
we
your
just-
third option.
Yeah, that would be a third option.
I would
That
just-
will be that would be a meeting, so if the contract negotiations are done, you could.
Other comments?
Mr. Chairman, I think Mr. Gaunt had a comment.
Yes, Mr. Gaunt?
No, I was in favor of the delay until September. That's what I was.
Till
Fine,
September, till
comment
the, retreat, or October till our next meeting?
Either way, I'm good with both of those.
Yeah, I personally feel comfortable of, waiting and analyzing this, a little bit more. That would be my vote, but everyone's.
So do you need a motion to table this, or?
Yes, so,
what's the-
you know, that would be, if you're, would like to make a motion, Mr. Wilson, or anybody, on how to proceed, and then we'll take a vote.
Yeah, so, you all can just, if someone wants to move, just move to postpone this item until the next board meeting, upon completion of the negotiations, and then we'll just include as a term of the contract negotiations that it's not final and approved until we have board approval. I think there was just a little bit of delay in the negotiation process because of the new tax ramps requirements, which came into effect in statute last time, and so it's taken a little bit longer to get it to complete negotiation.
So I make that motion,
So a motion to,
whatever she said.
okay, so we'll get that in the minutes, thank you.
So
It could be to the next meeting, it could be the September, October, whichever fits in the.
So, Mr. Wilson, you move to, postpone this item until the next meeting, at which time the negotiations are complete for this contract?
Correct.
Okay.
Do I have a second? Second by Dr. Wong, all in favor with that tabling?
Aye.
Please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any no votes? Hearing none, the motion passes. Thank you. Okay, so, the next agenda item, and Mary, make sure I didn't miss any, but I think I didn't. So, good, we're in good shape, is, agenda item 13, which, is adjournment. This concludes our meeting, and the time is now, 2:19. Do I have a motion for adjournment?
So moved.
Motion by Ms. Williams, a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Schwartz. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing none. Thank you all for being here, and thank you for being on Zoom, Mr. Gaunt and Mr. Clemmer. Thanks for joining us. Everyone have a great rest of the afternoon. Take care. Thank you.